We're alive. Good lady. We are alive. We are alive. Good. We are. Ooh, son, loyal roots, guns.
You know what it is, baby. You know what it is, baby.
Let's go.
Next 2 days, man. The guns got to be out, baby. The guns got to be out.
Man, if we're going guns out, I'm going. Can I get 3? Let me get my Richard Jefferson.
I mean, you can go. More. You can go Jerry Buss. You can go Jerry Buss.
Jerry Buss. That's Jerry Buss. That's like 3 more buttons I got to get down here. Yeah,
you can go Dr. Buss.
Dr. Buss in here. This is Richard Jefferson on live television. Like what's good?
It is 100%. Bring it back. I'm all for it, man. I do wonder because
no buttons and tucked in.
And Jay Jones, the professor, he mentioned it the other day, and I understand what he's saying. Fashion always comes back around. Like 15, 20 years from now, they're gonna be wearing Allen Iverson baggy shorts again.
Mm-hmm.
I hope not. That's a bad look.
That's a terrible
That's a bad look. Looking back in the early 2000s,
the overly
nasty.
The overly baggy clothes scarred me so much that I think some of my T-shirts are like a little too, like they're not like not like schmedium,
right?
But like maybe I could get like a little bit bigger in size.
Yeah,
but
I know what you mean.
I think 2002 scarred me.
I don't even want to, like yesterday the Joe Montana jersey I have on, like it's cool, like it works. It's probably a little bigger than I like, and that's why I just don't even wear it that much because it's just like if anybody looked at it, they probably wouldn't think nothing of it. But yeah, no, I don't want to go back to them days, man. I don't want to take no pictures like I did back.
Yeah, no good, man.
The size 56 Jordan jersey.
Oh. 3X Jordan sweatsuits looking like a God blessing idiot, man. Came across so bad. So bad. That's
why I'll say this. And we can talk about it with Olivia again if we need to. But the 70s, 80s, and what they're starting to do now with the shorts and stuff like that, that doesn't look anywhere near as embarrassing as the early 2000s.
Not even close. One thing I like about 80s and 90s though are the colors.
Yes.
80s and 90s are all about the colors.
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah.
What's good, baby? Happy Thursday. Welcome to the June 9th edition of D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Damian Borley.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We are so happy that you are here with us, man. We've got a fun one planned today. Bryant West is going to come on. Of course, Bryant West, the King's Herald draft expert. He's going to be here with us this hour. As a matter of fact, about 45 minutes. Bryant will be with us. Matt George, normally with us on Mondays, had a couple of things come up this week. Asked, I want to come on. Can we do it later in the week? Later in the week is today. Matt will be with us in the second hour of the show.
Queen.
And then Olivia Christian will tell us why none of us can be on her radar coming up at the 3 o'clock hour. She's going to find something. It's going to be something, whether it's skinny legs, small calves, or a tank top. I'm just saying.
It might be a tank top situation. Maybe the tank top is too tight. You know what I mean? Maybe she likes, I'm talking about it before the show. Maybe she likes the size 56 jersey.
Maybe she does. Maybe she does. We'll all find out together. By the way, we'll talk Warriors, Celtics with her as well, and a variety of other sports topics. We just always seem to get derailed a little bit. Like one topic just kind of like takes off. But
Olivia Christian brought to you by Sleep Train. Get derailed.
Their old slogan was your ticket to a better night's sleep. Sleep Train gave a bed to every morning show host in this market for like the last 40 years.
Oh, wow.
If you had a morning show in Sacramento, you absolutely read a Sleep Train commercial. It was just a rite of passage. They brought me in there and like, what bed you want? Of course, I was like 24. What's the most expensive one? They're like, well, it's the sleep number. It moves up and then down. And are you a firm sleeper? What type of sleeper are you? I don't know. That's the most expensive one. Give me that one. That's the one I wanted. I didn't know any better.
You did good.
That's how I judged it. Just give me that one.
You absolutely did good. You did well. Slept on because it's always going to be Arco Arena. It is always going to be Arco Arena. I didn't like when they went to Sleep Train Arena, but I did like the little choo-choo after the 3-pointers. Choo-choo.
Okay, that's fine.
That was cool. I like where they were going. They tried it.
Yeah, it still beats out Power Balance. I mean, it'll always beat out Power Balance.
Did you see I barely moved when she pushed me in?
Oh,
this thing really works.
Okay. Now pull my wrist. What? No, I don't want to do this. Oh, man. Goodness gracious.
Once again, Power Balance still in business. I need to get me some power bands.
You don't need to do that. You absolutely don't need to do that, though. The Warriors might want to try anything after that game 3 yesterday. Celtics up 2-1 in the series, 116-110. This game had a little bit of everything, and I was prepared for a hot take either way because I'm looking at that third 7-point play, 7-point possessions happening, and I'm like, oh, my God. The Celtics threw their best shot and blew it. And boy, you can really, and Jesse, you could jump in here, man. Like, you can really see the Celtics fall asleep sometimes, like for a stretch of possessions. Like, it wasn't the 7-point possession that had happened, but there was a stretch. I actually don't even think it was the third quarter. I think it was the second quarter. And you could just like see them get a little bit lackadaisical. I think Klay hit a 3. And then they came down on the other side and and I thought, man, Ime Udoka should hit that timeout right here. It would have been a little early. Ime Udoka should hit that timeout. No timeout. Marcus Smart just like throws the ball nowhere. They grab it, they go the other way, and I think Steph hits the 3, and then all of a sudden, which was the theme for a lot of this game until the fourth quarter, Celtics having a lead, Warriors cutting into it. They finally they called the timeout there. I think they got lucky on the next couple of possessions because they didn't score. The Warriors didn't score. I think they scored on the possession back, but you could see it. It's almost like, man, the Celtics are losing focus. It's great they're up 2-1, man, but I still think they got some things to correct. Yeah.
It's pretty obvious to me after 3 games in this particular series. I'm not, it could be however you want to put a percentage on it, 51, 49, whatever the case may be. But Boston is the better team in this series. And if they take care of the basketball, the Warriors can't beat them 4 times. That's kind of what it comes down to. That goes into the sloppy play and falling asleep at the wheel, like you talk about. There was about 3 instances where they threw an outlet pass for a Warriors fast break. As Boston had the ball on offense, they gave Andrew Wiggins an outlet pass. They gave Steph Curry an outlet pass. Just tossing the ball away crazy. And it always leads to a bucket. Usually with the Warriors, it leads to a 3. We saw that a couple of times last night. But when they take care of the rock, I don't think the Warriors have enough. 2 things. When they take care of the rock and when Robert Williams is feeling good.
Oh, my gosh.
If those 2 things are there, I don't think the Warriors can beat the Celtics in 4 games.
What a difference maker. And I was debating stepping out on this ledge today. But I told you I was going to have a takeaway coming out of this game either way. Steph Curry's the best player on the floor. And as long as you have the best player on the floor, you have an opportunity to win no matter what. You said the Celtics could be 51-49. Bro, I feel like the Celtics are significantly better than the Golden State Warriors. And I'm not saying the Celtics are winning the next 2. I'm not saying this is over in 5. I'm not doing anything like that. I feel like the Boston Celtics basketball team is significantly better than the Golden State Warriors. But Steph Curry has this incredible ability, like all of the, there's like I stumbled across a clip of Colin Cowherd talking, like, of course, when you praise one player, you have to disparage 4 others. And he was trashing John Wall and trashing Russell Westbrook in his attempt to praise Draymond Green and how much better Draymond Green makes everyone around him. I'm sure it was a complete coincidence this big dialogue came the day after he appeared on his podcast, that the day that Draymond Green appeared on Colin Cowherd's podcast. I'm sure it's a coincidence.
Well, they're co-workers, aren't they?
I have no idea.
The volume thing. Well, no, the volume. I think that's a Cowherd creation.
Oh, that's where Draymond's podcast lives.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then great. Then I'm sure there were no ulterior motives to his kind words about Draymond Green. But the fact is, Steph Curry not only has the ability to make people better, he has the ability to set everyone on fire. Like that 7-point possession we were talking about,
crazy.
Jordan Poole started to get going. Like Andrew, like you go back to game order. You go back to game 2. Steph hits a couple, and it's like for some reason with Steph, and this proved to not be necessarily true for Klay yesterday, but with Steph, if Steph gets going, it feels like everybody else can too. Mm-hmm. And when Klay got hot, Klay hit like 2 or 3 threes in short order. I was like, it's one thing for Klay to get going. If everybody else does, this one's a wrap. And they didn't. It didn't happen. They didn't follow Klay the way they seem to follow Steph. And that's why I always I think the Celtics are better. But man, when you have Steph having the ability to do not only what he does for himself, but what he does for the rest of his roster. That's all. If I'm a Celtics fan, I'm always scared of that.
Always
scared of that moment.
And really, because Steph is always doing it with the 3 ball. It's different than somebody that can do it, than a Jimmy Butler, right? Because Jimmy Butler, he's going to make buckets, but the 2s, it always feels like you can come back from that. You can survive that. The 3s, you get 8-0 run in 37 seconds. That's because of the 3 ball. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And the way you can shoot that. So that always makes it even more terrible.
And that wasn't even the same possession that I was talking about. That was
talking about the 7-point possession.
That was an entirely different part of the game where they scored 8 points in short order. Like, man, this team is crazy.
It's because of the 3 ball. But I'll say this, and I agree with you. They still have the opportunity to win this series. They're not dead by any means. This Warriors team is better than the other teams that I'm about to mention. But Steph Curry, welcome to LeBron land. Because you can be the best player in a series. And if the other team is just taking care of business, it really doesn't matter.
That's a good comp. That's a good call right there, bro. Yeah, that's a good call.
And these are the things that people have been saying for a long time when it was Warriors, Cavs, and all this other stuff. And Steph is better than LeBron, and Steph's helping all this other stuff. Not to disparage Steph Curry, because we all know he's great. I have him as a top 10 player of all time right now. His career ain't even done. But that was always the difference between what Steph had to go through and what LeBron had to go through. And now Steph is going through it, where he's going to have to be Superman for them to win this series. That's just, he's going to have to be Superman. He's going to have to put on an all-time finals performance, and he's capable of it. But make no bones about it. Don't get it twisted. That is what's going to happen for them to win this series. He's going to have to put on a Herculean effort.
And they'll have to follow.
Yes.
Butch asked a great question yesterday, because so Butch put a specific number on it. I said, we're going to get a Klay game. No, we're going to get a Klay game this series. I don't know if last night was it. It felt like it was trending that way. I mean, Klay he had a fine game. I'm not trying to disparage it, but sometimes Klay games he scored 25 last night. Sometimes that's a quarter. Those Klay games is 25 and a quarter.
Yeah,
but Butcher Boy was a little bit more specific yesterday. He said, can you get 2 20-plus point performances from Klay Thompson the rest of the series? And he wasn't sure. We got a 25-point performance last night. Can they get another one? And we saw he had 56 from the backcourt. You lost by 16.
I don't think they got enough.
I don't think that was the Klay game.
I don't know. Well, look, even if Klay put on another 10 to that, you're still losing that game.
Yeah.
I don't think they got enough.
It's we're going to talk a lot more about this. We'll talk a lot more about last night's game.
And talking about last night's game, don't worry. We'll get into the fan behavior and look, the people that have a problem with the fan behavior. You know what I'm saying? I'm just sitting here like,
I know that ain't who I think.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just sitting there
I know that ain't who I think.
the people who got a problem. I know that ain't who I think it is.
Draymond out there.
That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
We'll come back. We'll talk about some of that nonsense. We'll talk more about the game as well. Bryant West coming up in 30 minutes for some Kings talk. That's all ahead here. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I appreciate the Gangrel reference. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Gangrel.
That's a good one.
Oh man.
Yeah, they feed off the energy of their team.
Yeah, man. They just following their fearless leaders.
So you know what's funny about this, Jay, is it still feels like I almost text Jesse because it was driving me nuts. Like it still feels like they missed a lot of shots at the rim last night.
Yeah, they weren't even killing last night. They were just playing. They were playing good. Like they weren't killing. Jaylen Brown was killing in the first quarter, obviously, and Tatum got it going
late. He got it going later.
The game went on and later, but it's not like they didn't play. They didn't play like they played in the fourth quarter of game one. They didn't do that. They were just cool. Like we talk about it all the time. I'll bring it up on the show too, but we talk about it all the time that Steph has a game in him, and last night might have been the game, but he has a game in him. I still believe Tatum got a game in him.
So that's the other thing. I don't think we've gotten the Tatum game yet. And we may not have gotten the Steph game. I don't know. Steph is doing everything that he can, but
last night was close to it, man. Last night,
what was the number? I don't know if anybody else saw that. I'm sure everybody saw this. I just can't remember the exact number. I think it's the Warriors are plus like 38 or 39 in the third quarter in this series, and the Celtics are plus 40 in the fourth. I remember
it was some crazy.
It was some some absurd number that I think Van Pelt posted or had it on the show.
They're killing that fourth quarter. Did you see that that clip I posted of Bernie Mac when he was on the Chris Rock show?
I did. Yeah. I saw that.
And it's funny because the young lady is like, I read her replies or whatever, because some lady came out and was like, somebody needs to show me where Bernie Mac is funny because I'm just not seeing it. And they just, oh my God, between Roastner and Clips, like they gave her, there was like 10.4 thousand quote tweets, not even replies, quote tweets. So I was reading her reply, and she goes, turning me into a pack. Is that really necessary?
Mm-hmm.
We really need to be doing
that. Who said what's up?
Oh, he's in the building.
Oh,
That's
Jeff,
right.
what's happening?
Yeah.
Oh, this is so funny.
Yeah, she worded pretty well though. She unlike Draymond, she took
there are some
very well.
I think I asked you privately, are we allowed to admit this person isn't funny in mixed company? And I think we just decided not to.
Yeah, we just let that be.
that I just do not think that person is funny at all. But it is
agree.
really bold to step out there with Bernie Mac.
Nah, man, we could go pound for pound and say Bernie Mac. He might be up there in that top 3, top 5.
He may very well be. Yeah, he's in the Biggie category. Like, he don't have the same catalog. He got some underground hits, but
well, I mean, you know what? You know who he is? He's Andre 3000. Because when he does something, he don't miss.
Yeah,
but he don't always do something. Like,
that's a good call.
He's in and out of the game. Well,
he's had so many. Like, he was funny in House Party 3.
He's never not
like
funny.
when you like the most memorable lines from House Party 3 is Bernie Mac.
He's never not funny. What do you say Friday? The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
Miss Parker. The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want. He comes running out the house. Oh, goddamn.
He's never not funny. He's one of the greatest things.
Man, y'all ain't gonna clip me and put me out there on social media like what happened to this woman. The cold piece is, I think a lot of people will agree. I just don't want to do that person like that.
He works hard.
Twitter's a cold place, man. Twitter is a cold world. You could stumble across some fantastic threads here if you look close enough. And you can stumble across some receipts. Because NBA Twitter brought the receipts out last night for Klay Thompson, who was talking about, real classy Boston, cussing with my favorite part. This low key. My favorite part about Klay referencing cussing with kids in the stadium is like 10 minutes earlier, Draymond Green cussed on live television with his little son sitting directly next to him. It's like, hey, and that's fine. That's completely fine. The cold part is like you can't take the moral high ground in this situation. Man. Like, you just got to kind of fall back.
Come on, especially when if you ever see them get hyped up, you know what I mean? I mean, every other word, everywhere, and it's not just them. It's everybody. I do it when I'm playing in front of 10 people in West Sacramento. They do it when they're playing against 10,000 people. Like, you get hyped up, you start using a curse word. We all do it. So let's not act like, let's go. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Like, you
boo, Draymond. Boo.
Like, come on, man. Come on now, man. It's great. Like I said.
Now, to be fair though, I don't agree with that chant. That's excessive. Like, that's not cool to me. Like, I don't like it when wrestling fans do it. No. I certainly don't like it when regular sports fans do it, like non-sports entertainment stuff. I don't. That's a little much.
It's just not. It's not necessary. Like, you can get your point across. You can do whatever you need to do without saying that. Like, I think if I was in the building, or if this was at the Golden One Center, and I put it to you like this: if I had Reese with me, I wouldn't be like, "Yeah, let's chant along." Or no, we're not doing that. It's, once again, you can get across what you're trying to get across without saying that.
Yeah. However, if I play for the Golden State Warriors, I probably don't take the moral high ground in this situation, given the behavior of your fan base recently.
I'm really surprised. I'm surprised they were saying this after the game. I'm surprised they had it, because I swear, when I first, man, that's why you see I had to find a drop. I said, I know that ain't who I think it is. I know that ain't who I think it is. Up here talking about classy. Oh, classy. It's just what? You laid it out perfectly. Are we not more than 3 weeks ago? Those classy fans, and we'd never do that over here, were throwing objects at Charles Barkley, a guy who didn't even play in the game. Really? And then obviously you got, that's the whole thing they be forgetting. I was there when y'all played LeBron James.
I'm old enough to remember.
I was old enough to remember when you played LeBron James.
I'm old enough to remember.
I'm old enough to remember the way they talked about Russell Westbrook. Now, because 17,000 people in unison didn't chant it, doesn't mean it wasn't said in the crowd.
Doesn't mean there isn't video of it being said in the crowd.
I'm saying.
We can't even say what they called LeBron.
Come on, man. As the man said, hey, watch your mouth, woman.
Yeah, that is low. That is my favorite part. That is my favorite part. But I can play what Klay said. Let's see if we can play what Klay said here.
People's feelings get hurt, even if they're called a bad word. I guess his feelings just got hurt.
Oh, that's a shame. I better pod that down quick, boy. That thing get on replay. That thing was about to replay. Like, hey, Jesse, can't use those. This is Rick Ross ain't on today. We can't use words like that. Come on now. Shout out to Rick Ross who pulled up to Miami Dolphins OTAs today.
Oh, word!
All of Jesse's worlds colliding here. The Jesse's having the best sports week of his life.
He is, man. He is. But it's like, nah, man. We
Paul Pierce getting left hanging as I look at Kenny's next tweet. Okay, but wait a minute. He did.
He got hanging. He thought he was coming back for the high five.
A good Samaritan on live television. A good Samaritan jumped up and finished it, but the high five did not go to the intended target. It was. That's cap. That's cap. Paul Pierce looks directly at this dude with the beer in his hand, and he just leaves his hand up in the air
because the guy taps up another guy. And he thinks he's going to go down the road and go get Paul Pierce. And Paul Pierce is like, "Let's go, big dog."
If I didn't. Oh man! And then someone comes along to save him, so he just doesn't, look sillier than he looks now. And is that Jada Kiss behind?
Yeah, Jada in the building.
Is that Jada Kiss?
Jada in the building for sure.
Okay. Even Jada didn't dap him up. He's like, "What are you doing? Put your hand down." Paul Pierce wants to be the center of attention so bad at these games. He
really does.
Sit down. Sit down. He's got his Paul Pierce jacket on and everything.
His Paul Pierce jacket with the other 7 teams that he played for.
Jesse, defend this. What does my man's shirt say? Glide fast? I don't even want to know.
Now he's promoting, I guess.
I guess. Well, he a meme now. I can confirm. It's Jesse's Paul Pierce bandwagon and Jesse's Paul Pierce bandwagon alone.
But look, let me say this. I gotta say this. And once again, we talked to Warriors fans the other day. Butcher Boy, that's my man's. We talk to Bonte Hill all the time. I know a lot of great Warrior fans. So they don't get lumped into this particular point that I'm about to make. But this is why don't nobody like y'all. Don't nobody like your team.
This is why Charles Barkley said the things he said about you.
This is why don't nobody like y'all. Because they want to. This is how they act holier than thou when it comes to this. Oh, real classy. I was listening today. Oh, something like that would never happen with Warrior fans. It would never. Yeah, quote unquote. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. And that's why don't nobody like y'all. It's not necessarily the winning. It's because y'all think y'all better than everybody. You above everybody. You guys are the Hunter Hearst Helmsley, not Triple H. The Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
Oh my, the Greenwich snob
of NBA Twitter.
Goodness gracious, y'all out here curtsying in front of people. That's excessive.
Because
imagine the only thing. And by the way, just a quick note to some of you Warrior fans. Looking down on the Boston Celtics fan base, bro, welcome to 10 years ago. Come on, man. Are you just learning? Oh, it just got your attention. Okay, cool.
Yeah, man, y'all, nah, man, we ain't feeling that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Bro,
let it ride.
Hey, EI, my ears to the streets before the show. They was like, "Oh, really? Y'all acknowledge it?" get ready for the FU Klay chance. Get ready for the FU Kerr chance. He was talking about, I got my little son coming to the game. I'm giving him a shirt.
Oh my. Oh my.
Like they shouldn't have said anything, because now it's going to get real crazy. Once again, not okay. Like, it's not.
No,
cool.
it's not.
You know what I'm saying? But you didn't. But they don't care about that.
But we throwing stones, huh? Okay, that's a bold strategy. If I'm Klay Thompson, the guy who said, I guess LeBron James got his feelings hurt when someone called him out a name that absolutely warrants a punch in the face.
Yeah, facts. And I heard one time, I don't remember where I heard it, but it was spot on. It goes for organization and the fan base. Great organization, good fans. Nobody in sports thinks they're more important than Warriors organization and Warrior fans.
Man, and you know what? Boy, I know. And it's sad too, because this is what I think happens just from our experience. Because y'all know we have ties to 95.7 The Game, and that means we have ties to the Warriors organization. Mm-hmm. I see some of our own getting sucked into that. You can go through a couple of IG stories of some close to us, if you will, where you see things. You see that clip of Klay Thompson talking about Boston. Facts. Oh, they got you. Oh no, they got you. Oh, that's okay. So we see, this is what happens when Kenny and I are out of the studio. Like we've got to swoop in next week and like save some of these lost souls that have been like
an episode of Stranger Things. They didn't took over their body, and we got to get them out.
What's the other show you were watching? Black Mirror? Is that it?
Yeah.
This is what's happening. And Kenny and D-Lo got to go in and fix it. Go world, man. Go world.
Man. Look, once again, more class organization. Like, don't take
absolutely.
They're great. They're great.
No doubt.
Just
best in the league.
Said, you got a glass house, man. Come on now. I would if I were them, I'd just take it on the chin. That's all you do.
That's all you can do.
Just take it on the chin.
That's all you can do.
You're like, hey, they were ramped up. I gave
take it on the chin.
They didn't play well
and respond.
Yeah. You respond on the court. You know what I mean? And that's whatever. And I'll keep the same energy, because I don't want any of it to happen. But once again, just make sure security is beefed up. We don't need any type of things going where they don't. Because I said this after Kyrie, after game 1 and 2 with Kyrie. I said, just be alert. All right, Adam Silver, security people, Boston ownership. You know what I mean? Because this is your home court. Just be aware. Just be aware. Just be alert. Make sure it stays within basketball. For the most part. Some people would say yesterday went beyond basketball. I could understand that, but we don't need nothing thrown in nobody. We don't need crossing lines, nothing like that. Just be aware.
Perhaps of greater note, and this is a statistic we should have used yesterday. So, bad host. Celtics now 7-0 following a loss this postseason. They don't lose back-to-back games in a series, and that's. I mean, I gotta continue to sing the praises of Ime Udoka, that coaching staff, and this roster. They make the necessary adjustments. Like, they did things early, whether by design or not. I have to assume it was by design, but spoiler alert, I wasn't in on the meetings. They made sure Al Horford got some shots. Yes. Like, I think 3 minutes into the game, Al Horford had more points than he did in game 2. Granted, it didn't take much. He hit a 3.
It might have been less than that. It might have been on the first possession. Didn't he hit the first 3?
Did he hit the first 3? Okay.
He was ready to go.
There you go. 3-2 right out the gate. All right. But they worked to make sure that he got a couple of looks, and they probably also did that to see what exactly Boston was going to do this time with Derek White and Al Horford. Marcus Smart, everything kind of seemed the same. Marcus Smart just was significantly more aggressive on the offensive end. And you see, like, Jason Tatum being lost when Lisa Salters gave him the stat about first trio, like 20 plus points since I think it was Magic, Worthy, and Kareem.
Yeah.
I was born in 1998, but just going to try to get another one. Like he was lost on. Oh, it was great company. Like, how old do you think I am, lady?
He barely knows who those people are. Barely knows who they are.
Yeah, that is something. But Tatum's response to that was it was just so classic,
so youthful.
It was very okay, cool. Good thing she didn't say like Bob Cousy, Bill Russell, and
George. Well, they didn't play together. I was gonna say George Mikan, but yeah.
But man, Marcus Smart, like you talk about the ultimate difference maker. He's one of those guys who I'm sure he was coached up, but he knew the second the buzzer went off in game 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's what we talked about the next day. That can't happen again.
Right.
That performance from me can't happen again. And
he's a gamer and he's a leader. You know what I mean? And he understood, like you mentioned, 2-point performance is embarrassing for him. It's embarrassing. And there's a number of different factors that go into teams winning or losing. But if I was Marcus Smart, and I bet he felt the same way, because he is a competitor and he is somebody that accepts accountability, he probably looked up the game too and said, we lost this game because of the way I played.
Mm-hmm.
But that's whether it's true or not. In his head, he was like, everything begins and starts with me playing better for game 3. You know what I mean? And he accepted that challenge. He responded to it, played well on both ends of the floor, was aggressive on the offensive end, understood that his offense is part of what makes Boston special. You don't have to go score 40, but being aggressive and looking for your shot is what helps Tatum and Brown and Al Horford and all those guys. Because now if you're looking for your shot and you're aggressive, that's another thing everybody else has to worry about. So I saw the way that he came out from the jump, and I loved it.
And, one of basketball people's favorite thing to talk about is making players better, making your teammates better. Fam, that's Marcus Smart with an exclamation point.
Mm-hmm.
He makes everyone on the floor with him better. And crazy enough, also to his detriment, I pointed out the play earlier where they were in this like lull. Like they like fell into the sunken place or something, and Marcus is kind of throwing the ball away, throwing the ball into traffic. Steph Curry hits the 3. Ime Udoka gets the timeout right there. I think it goes both ways with Marcus Smart, as you know, there with the game too. Much like I'm talking about with Steph, strangely enough, Marcus Smart isn't the best player on the Boston Celtics, but man, it sure feels like a lot of guys on this team follow him.
Mm-hmm.
And if they follow his energy, and if his energy is low, or if his attention span is off, which we saw at times in the second quarter, I think guys fall into that. He has to. To me, it feels like he has to be the one to correct it for himself, thus correcting it for the other 4 guys who are on the floor with him.
Right. Well, the other thing that we always seem to, or I'm not going to put it on everybody else, but like me, tend to forget with Marcus Smart is, for a lack of a better word or term, this is his team. His team.
Mm-hmm.
Tatum and Brown are younger than him. Like, Marcus Smart was drafted in 2014.
Yeah.
He's the elder statesman. And while he's aware enough to know that we're only going to go as far as Tatum goes, he's our gifted scorer. Jaylen Brown, same with how he plays. Marcus Smart recognizes that. They also recognize we came into Marcus Smart's locker room. So we're going to follow his lead for the most part. You know what I mean? And that's why he's the leader over there, because that's his locker room. I think he's been there as long as anybody, or longer than anybody. He's the only one that's been there the entire time. So that's his team. That's his locker room.
And I'm glad our man Lake Show over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 brought this up. Smart is the leader. Sac needs would have loved to get him early last year. We tried to tell you in the time. We're happy to repeat it now. There was zero chance that the Sacramento Kings were going to acquire Marcus Smart. There was zero chance the Boston Celtics were shopping Marcus Smart. And I know Brian Scalabrine hung his hat on this. The Celtics were not interested in Harrison Barnes. There was no Harrison Barnes for Marcus Smart switch. That was never, ever, ever going to happen. Brad Stevens loves everything that Marcus Smart brings to the Boston Celtics. Whether it's these guys are out there looking for their shot, whether these guys whether it's him saying we've got to get other people involved outside of Brown and Tatum, whether it's his post game stuff, whether it's his media scrum stuff, or it's what he does on the floor. He loves everything that Marcus Smart brings to that Celtics team, and he was in no danger of going anywhere, and is still very much in no danger of going anywhere.
I agree. He's you want to talk about heart and soul. You want to talk about straw that stirs the drink.
Yep.
He's that, and usually I give it to the most talented guy with a guy like Jason Tatum, and he's got a straw in there too. They got two straws in there. All right. Sometimes you get drinks like that. You get two straws.
Oh, that's them big drinks at Crawdad. Is it Crawdad's? It's got the big punch bowl drink
you get two straws sometimes, man.
Wow.
And you have that situation.
Looking like Boston. Pam in the Dundies episode of The Office. You don't get that reference, but everybody else does.
Pam and Mark. I was like, I don't remember when she. No,
see, you don't know. Pam gets banned for life from Chili's. Like you don't know that yet. You'll find out. You'll find out.
That's a little secretary, right?
That's
what could she do to get banned?
She got a little loose with the drinks with the double straws. That's what happened.
That's hilarious. That is funny.
Stealing drinks off people's tables.
Oh man. Okay. I'm gonna have to get to that.
She is not welcome at this Chili's ever. She is not welcome at any Chili's ever again. And for life. Had to go to Poor Richard's instead.
Oh man.
You'll get there. In 2, 3, 4, 5 years. You'll get there.
It's better to get there than not. I'll get there at some point.
What happens first? Kenny watches a 23.5-minute episode of The Office, or I watch the 2-hour and 54-minute The Batman.
I'm watching The Office before you watch the entirety of The Batman.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Look, we got Bryant West coming up in the next segment, and we'll talk about Game 3 some more as well. But I can't get away from here without talking about number 23. And we talked about the chance and all this other stuff. We have to address his anemic performance, not only in Game 3, but this entire NBA Finals. The man's shooting 26% from the field. He's got 15 total points in 3 games to go along with 15 fouls.
Thank you. I was going to say, didn't he foul out twice? No.
Just terrible. What do you think about everybody talking about this podcast and him looking to do that and all this other stuff?
No, I don't think anything. First of all, I thought the question, I think it was Jake Fisher at Bleach Report that asked, that was a completely fair question. And I thought, this is, you can see everyone, and this includes Steve Kerr, who I think everyone was a little bit in their feelings yesterday. And it was part of the take about the Celtics being significantly better was the post-game press conference from those three. Because it was like, oh, they know. That's why they're reacting this way to simple questions. Like they know what time it is.
Right.
And I thought Fisher's question was completely fair. I thought Draymond gave kind of a jerk answer because he was in his feelings over it. But I don't think doing his podcast is an issue.
He was embarrassed, and he should be. This play's been terrible.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think his play's been terrible because of who he is as a player. I don't think it's because he's spending time doing a podcast.
But I was talking about him being in his feelings. He was in his feelings because he's embarrassed.
Sure, absolutely. 100%.
In this series.
Absolutely.
And here's the thing about it. I'm going to say it right now. If the Warriors win Game 4 and Draymond comes back and he redeems himself with an 8.9 rebound, 6 assist performance, we ain't hearing all that. That's not good enough. Like, that's not. He did so much to change the game.
Buddy. The staff at The Athletic will strongly disagree with that take. there'll be pieces all over The Athletic about how great Draymond Green was in that series.
This guy gonna step his game up, quote unquote. 8.7 rebounds, 5 assists. Oh, but it goes beyond the box score. Get out of here, man.
I think the reason Draymond is acting the way that he's acting is he's at best an average to below average player.
Mm-hmm.
And he can't reconcile that with himself. So he has to make up for it. Otherwise, he's an above average defender, a well above average defender. But as an overall player, I think he's average to below average. And I don't think he can contribute the way that he used to, or maybe it's something Ime Udoka and the Celtics are doing. But the way he reconciles that is his foolish behavior. He's screaming at an official.
Come on, man.
For what? Like 3 straight minutes.
Should have got another technical last night.
For doing exactly what he did to Jaylen Brown earlier. He jumps on Jaylen Brown like Jaylen Brown's at the bottom of a fumble, like he's an offensive line trying to
insane.
And then he like flails all over the place. What? I'm trying to get the loose ball. And then he gets mad when Al Horford does the same thing.
Not to mention, and here's the thing that always cracks me up, and I know we got to go, but he fouled Jaylen Brown. Not once did he touch the basketball to get the ball loose. Never. He grabbed his forearm and yanked it down. Never. That's how the ball became loose. And then he just jumps all over him. What? Come on.
Don't do that. Don't do that. We're going to talk to Bryant West about Keegan, about the Kings, and we're just going to talk to our friend Bryant West, Kings Herald draft expert. He joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hell no.
I love this show sometimes. What's up, buddy?
You ain't saying anything that my Warriors fan father-in-law wasn't saying last night.
It's tough, man. Like he's just reaching, and I just don't think he's just not that type of player that he was anymore.
Absolutely. Yeah. His game just doesn't last anywhere near as long into his 30s like Steph or non-injured Klay would. And sure. He's really reconciling that with dude's missed how many bunnies in this series?
Yeah.
It's painful.
Hey, and let's just, this is what I always say. And I know people are gonna feel some type of way, but let's just be real. He had 2 really good seasons. Other than that, he's been about this. He was really good in 15, he was really good in 16. Then KD comes around in 17 and he cool. He all right like the rest of the time. Last year I thought he played better than he had played in a number of different years. And this year he was cool, but like, what are we talking about? Once again, we're talking about, hey, Draymond looking like he back and he putting up like 8, 6, and 6. Like, what? What are we talking about? Why are we lowering the bar for this guy?
You were completely right when you were talking earlier about Steph needing to save this series because, Klay's limitations are obvious as much as he wants to do it. Poole's having hot and cold games. Like, if they're going to win this, it's because Steph saves them.
Yeah, you're going to have to go crazy. And now it feels like we might be getting into the territory where the body blows are starting to feel the body blows a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. His knee obviously got rolled into, I think last night, one of the plays. They were talking about the knee, but it was really Marcus Smart gave him a shot to the ribs. And you just keep getting this stuff, and they keep throwing people at you. And now yesterday what they did was they started to attack him from the start on the defensive end. And them body blows, man, it's going to be a lot. It's a lot on his plate, man. It's a lot on his plate.
I agree with you. If they win this series, it's going to be one of the most it will be the defining win of his career.
Yep. It'll be the Steph series.
Yeah.
And Jesse made a great point in our thread yesterday, and I was starting to think the same thing. Win or lose, I think Steph Curry gets elevated because of this series. For one, if he wins, obviously. But two, for the reasons Kenny just said, it's and what we were talking about to start the show. It's glaringly obvious this all comes down to Steph Curry. And he has now, like, I thought you framed this so perfectly. He has the LeBron James moment where you're going against a team that is working to dissect everything you do, and you're the best player on your squad, and people can't catch up to you. You're in that LeBron James category now. And for me, LeBron never lost a peg because of that. Like, he continued to ascend because of those situations. I think Steph Curry is in a situation, win or lose, he ascends in this series because it's Klay ain't it right now, and I think that might change next year. Obviously, Draymond, I don't think that's ever coming back, and these other guys have yet to figure out these playoff moments. Like, it's cool for Andrew Wiggins to do what he did during the regular season. Awesome for Jordan Poole. They've got to start putting this together in the postseason against defenses like Boston or against top defenses in the league, and they haven't been able to do it.
No.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Straight up.
All right, we should be. I want to come back. I want to read this quote from Marcus Smart that Jesse found real quick. It just kind of ties what we were saying together, and then we'll dive into the King stuff.
Okay.
Sounds good.
20 seconds. We'll talk probably a lot of Keegan, a little bit of Jaden Ivey, and kind of about some of the things that we talked about yesterday, both what we were texting about and then stuff we talked about on the show, and obviously the great stuff that you wrote about.
Sounds good.
Awkward silence. Okay, here we go.
Oh.
Here we go. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, live on Facebook. Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Bryant West, the King's Herald draft expert, with us here. I want to read a quick quote to you that Jesse found that ties a conversation that we were just having up right here. Quote, I had to come set the tone. We go as I go. I'm the heart and soul of the team. My teammates say that to me all the time. I try to be that for them. That's a quote from Marcus Smart after the Game 6 win in Milwaukee.
That's a leader.
That's 100%. And
leader.
All that, in my opinion, we saw that again last night.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to see it a couple of more times if the Boston Celtics want to win that championship.
Hey, and I know we'll talk about it later on for sure, but it's not over. I mean what I said yesterday. It don't matter what game it was, 3 or 4. If the Warriors win one of these two, I think they're winning the NBA Finals. If Boston wins both of these games, I think they're winning the NBA Finals. There's job not done if you're Boston, and all is not lost if you're Golden State.
Well, Boston's going to have to, or the Warriors are going to have to force Boston to do something that they haven't done yet. And we'll talk more about that. And I'll just continue to tell Kenny why he's wrong in that regard. But we welcome in Bryant West. Bryant, always a pleasure to have you. We dove into Keegan Murray's film quite a bit yesterday, and that coincided very nicely with the fact you posted a draft profile on Keegan Murray over at thekingsherald.com. Let's start where Kenny and I were kind of in agreement, but we were wording it differently. Where are we on Keegan Murray on the defensive end?
I think he's too big, too long, too smart to be anything less than a solid defender on a good defensive team. Emphasis there on the good defensive team part. I don't think he's suddenly going to come in and save a terrible defense. I don't think he's going to come in and be a massive difference maker. He's not going to come in and be Marcus Smart. But he's switchable to an extent. He's a good rim protector, not great. I think his block rate probably overstates that case a little bit. Just overall, he's too smart a player, and like he's fully engaged on defense. I know I told you this yesterday. For a guy who averaged 23.5 points, grabbed 8.5 rebounds, had a 30% usage rate, like seeing a guy go out there and get 1.3 steals and 1.9 blocks per game, you just don't see that in college basketball. You just don't see a guy with that level of two-way production. And more than anything, that just speaks to Keegan Murray's motor on the defensive end. So many guys that we talk about in this draft class, they go out there, they put their heart and soul into the offense because they know that's how they're going to get drafted. That's not what Keegan Murray was doing. He showed up on both ends of the court. And while I do think some of his highlights and some of his statistics do overstate how good he's going to be defensively at the NBA level at higher speed against bigger opponents, I do think he's going to be a solid defender.
So here, just Kenny, I want to recap where we are. I've got him as good.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny's got him as not bad. And I've got him at solid. That's where we are with Keegan Murray on the defensive end. I think the highest praise comes from Bryant, and so it's Bryant, me, and then Kenny with solid, good, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. It's not bad.
I imagine Matt George is going to be on here in an hour and have a more optimistic take than that. So we'll see.
Okay, let me try and summarize it here. So I look at Al Horford. Maybe not right now, even though he's playing really well on the defensive end right now, considering all things considered. But take like prime out the first go around with the Celtics, Al Horford. I look at him as really good at that power forward position, being able to do a lot of things on the defensive end. Is Keegan Murray that? Potentially.
He could be. I do like that comp. I think the main thing is that Keegan's shorter and nowhere near as strong as Al Horford. But I remember Al Horford at Florida. He made his money, got drafted because he was a smart defender who pretty quickly showed that he is a big man who can do a heck of a lot of things on defense. Keegan Murray has a long way to go to be prime Al Horford, but the number one thing when we talk about these guys like this who aren't going to overwhelm you with their tool set, Keegan Murray's just too smart. I fully trust that he's going to make the most of his NBA career. He's going to figure out his own limitations. He's going to figure out how to work around them. I'm not going to sit here and say, he's going to be like Al Horford, because Al Horford in his prime was, I don't know if he ever won an all defensive team nod, but he certainly was up there. So
is he the best defensive player of the crop, so to speak, of the group that the Sacramento Kings have an opportunity to draft? Al Horford, by the way, all defensive second team in 2018.
Thanks for looking at that.
Is Keegan Murray the best defensive player of the group?
If you're just talking about the ones in the immediate conversation, Jaden Ivey, Keegan Murray, Hayden Sharp, yes. Yeah, he is. I think you have to see either Chet Holmgren or Jabari Smith Jr. fall to be there. I think Keegan Murray's probably a better defender right now than Paolo Banchero, although I think a lot of Paulo's issues were focus on the defensive end, which wasn't a thing for Murray. So maybe in a year or two with the right defensive coach, Paulo's better. But
you mean the defensive end by Duke?
Yeah.
Or focus on okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure you were trashing Duke. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes. Oh, don't you worry about it. I'm going to have a Paulo Banchero article out next week, and I have not been a fan of Duke in the last couple of years, how they've been running these prospects. So, I think of the guys that we're having the conversation with about Sacramento, unless somebody falls, he's the best defender. And he'll help this team. He's just not going to solve everything.
So when you talk about not being able to solve everything, what's I know defensively what you mean, but just as a prospect, like what are some of the concerns that you have with Keegan Murray? Like, is it a lower ceiling? What are some of the concerns that you have with him?
I think the number one thing is there are some moments where he was pretty dang good against guards, but I think those got overstated in some of his highlight packages. I don't think that he has the foot speed to guard down against guys. Not that he's ever going to be like hunted on the defensive end, but his defensive versatility is somewhat more limited than I think the draft hype of, hey, this guy might go 4. He's the best defender in this group might indicate. And like he had some incredibly impressive help blocks there, but if you just look at that 1.9 blocks, I think that may overstate his case as a rim protector, because we're not talking about a 6'11" dude. We're talking about a 6'8" guy. And, that doesn't make blocks any less impressive, but a lot of his blocks just came from either ISO situations where a guy was driving on him and just his long arms let him get there, or he comes over from behind a guy and swats him away. And, neither of those things I think are going to be as automatic at the next level. Mm-hmm. When he gets put on primary wing scorers, I think he'll do fine, but I'm not expecting him to suddenly turn into Ron Artest.
What's his best attribute as a player, offensively or defensively? What's his best attribute? I
think, to me, it's his shooting. 39% from deep on 4.7 attempts. Like, I fully buy in on that. 38% on catch and shoot shots. His stroke is smooth. It's quick when he's pulling off the catch. I think, to me, the swing skill for him, and I really wrote about this in my piece, is the dribble pull-up. Because if you just type in Keegan Murray highlights, you're going to see like 4 or 5 of his pull-up shots immediately. And that might indicate that, oh, yeah, that's a locked-in shot. This guy's going to come in and be able to take guys off the dribble, get his shot whenever he wants. Because like 6'11" wingspan's going to let him get shots over guys. But his shot mechanics when it comes to pulling off the dribble is a bit more slow than if he's pulling off the catch. And he just didn't do it at any sort of volume where I'm going to be all in on it. He only took 41 off the dribble shots last year, which is just not that much considering how many offensive possessions he had. So if he comes into the league and suddenly that's the shot he's looking for all the time, I'm going to be a lot happier than I would be if he comes in and he's like, I'm a 6'8" guy who won a lot in college by banging in the low post or trying to drive one-on-one situations. I'm not sure that either one of those are going to be anything more than secondary offensive skills at this level. So it's shooting for me.
Do you think he has the ability to because I saw, in some of his highlights and everything too, he was doing some stuff on the block in the post in his own way, maybe not the way that you traditionally think. It feels like he could be a little bit of a 3-level scorer with what he can do on the block, mid-range, and then catch and shoot behind the 3. Do you think that he has that ability to post up and be effective inside as well in the NBA level, or is that a situation where, he's a bigger guy that feasted on college competition?
I think it's kind of both. I mean, he definitely was taking guys who aren't NBA competition into the paint. I mean, we could say that of anybody. That's not really a criticism. But there is going to be a transition to playing against NBA 4s and 5s. Mm-hmm. But to a certain extent, like, there's always going to be a value in having a big guy who in switches or against certain forwards can get some back to the basket work. And he's got good touch there. He's not just a guy who makes his money by being stronger and outpowering guys. Like, he's got good footwork. He's got good touch. He's got a good hook shot. I just don't see it as big a part of his game as it was at Iowa.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Bryant West, the draft expert for the Kings Herald, joining us. There's one something I learned in your profile on Keegan Murray is that he was a kind of a bit of a late bloomer, so to speak. And
yeah,
that's sort of what I learned this elsewhere too. That's kind of what Jaden Ivey was. Mm-hmm. Like, Jaden Ivey wasn't a big recruit, 3 years ago or whatever it was. What is there anything you can attribute that to, and perhaps more specifically, how all of a sudden they went from, kind of late bloomers, low recruit guys to, it sounds like, both of them being top 5 picks in this upcoming NBA draft?
Well, I think it just has to do with, evaluators are always going to miss on guys, and it just always speaks to the human nature of this sport. Like, guys are going to surprise us. Guys will always surprise us. Both of these guys went to good programs that really did kind of build parts of their offenses, certainly to an extent with Keegan. He was 90% of that offense around them in their sophomore year. They really took advantages. I think Keegan, like Luka Garza left last year, Iowa suddenly doesn't have any other go-to guy, and he really made the best of it. So yeah, he's going to be 22 before the NBA season starts. I don't really think I'm going to limit his ceiling because of that, but he took full advantage of it this year. And clearly there's also something in the water at Big Ten schools, because both Keegan Murray and Jaden Ivey saw 10% jumps in their 3-point shots this year from their freshman to sophomore years. And that's too much of a coincidence to just let fly by.
All right, Bryant. So gotta ask the tough questions now. All right. I need the direct answers.
No more fluff, Bryant.
The top three go the way we thought it would go. Jaden Ivey's on the board. Keegan Murray's on the board. Who are you taking in that situation? We said all these nice things about Keegan, and it's all nice. But when we get down to the situation, when you're faced with Jaden Ivey or Keegan Murray, and you got to make a decision, what decision are you making?
I'm taking Jaden Ivey. It's not really even a hesitation in my mind. I think, there is a real conversation to be had about fit versus talent, especially when it comes to the Sacramento Kings, because, in basketball hell, it is harder to ignore fit complications. Keegan Murray has less swing skills that he needs to hit to be a very good player in this league than Jaden Ivey does. He's a much better on paper fit with the Sacramento Kings team, but you watch Jaden Ivey, you can see what he's going to do every single night to get himself buckets. Keegan Murray, if he makes that pull-up shot a big part of his game, I think he can be a very solid third, fourth starter. But Jaden Ivey could be a top 25 player in this league. I'm not saying that about Keegan Murray, and I like Keegan Murray. So it's a pretty easy decision for me.
Can you refresh my memory? Were you ever Shaedon Sharpe guy?
No. To me, if you're going to,
sorry, Ken. He said that with an attitude.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to have. I keep hearing all of these draft experts now coming out like he's not going to be in my top 10. No, Shaedon Sharpe's going to be pretty high in my lottery. But to me, if you're going to be going for this upside swing guy who's got elite skill set, who's got elite tools, Jaden Ivey's been doing it for 2 years now at Purdue. So it to me, there's nothing that Shaedon Sharpe has that Jaden Ivey doesn't have except for 2 inches of height.
I disagree with that one, Brian. Disagree with that one. But we've seen Jaden Ivey on
videos that he's watching.
I mean, I'm like it didn't even got to be that. I look at the workout, and I don't see the same skill set. I see both of them having things that there's certain things that one can do that the other can't.
Yeah. I didn't mean they're identical prospects. I just mean like if you're going for an upside swing, if you want to go for a star, Jaden Ivey is much more proven at the level that he's played at.
The other aspect of this situation with Ivey, Keegan Murray, those two guys, I look at them and I try to remind myself, I look at them as guys where I don't think either one of them will be the best player on a playoff team. I don't think either one of them will at any point, if everything goes well, be better than De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis. But to me, that's a bit of a positive, because if I'm looking at Keegan or Jaden Ivey to come save my franchise, I feel like I'm going to be disappointed. I don't think they're those type of talents. But if I'm saying, hey, I need you to be the solid, reliable third, maybe fourth best player on my team, I think they could achieve that, maybe overachieving that. Now you're looking at something good. So the biggest thing with me is you need them to fit that role, and you need Fox and Sabonis to be who they're supposed to be. And that's the way you get the most out of this draft pick. Because I don't see either one of those two guys being your best player at any point.
I would say that I think there's a better chance that Jaden Ivey is the best player on a playoff team than Keegan Murray, but I agree with you that if this team, whichever one of those two guys the Kings would draft, I don't project either one of them to mean more to this franchise in a year or two than De'Aaron Fox or Sabonis. And I think one thing about Jaden Ivey kind of gets overblown is that he's not going to come in and demand this incredibly high number of touches. Yeah, he led Purdue in touches, but he played off the ball so much more last year than I think a lot of people really identify with. Like, he had 141 catch and shoot shots last year. This isn't a guy who just waited for the ball to come back to him and then needed to dribble the air out of the ball. Like, he worked in the flow of a pretty good offense, could have been improved. But I think that with a smart coach, and Lord knows I've been preaching this for 2 years, Sacramento Kings aren't going to be a great offensive team until they have multiple guys who can handle the ball, who can create with the ball, and they have the right coach who can figure it out and make them balance the workload between them. Because for all we saw last year, the difficulties we saw between De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton, I'm just going to sit here and be like, I honestly, truly believe De'Aaron Fox can work with another ball handler if the right coach, an actual NBA head coach, can sit there and be like, we got to figure this out together because this team ain't going anywhere if you are the only guard that can handle this ball.
One thing that I kind of keep getting hung up on, especially in the last week and some change, Bryant, is it feels like a lot of people really like Jaden Ivey. Not just here in Sacramento, but people who cover the league. They seem to really like Jaden Ivey. But it's like that top three is impenetrable. Like, if, Kenny and I, we talk about these player comps all of the time. And I don't, was it Jabari Smith? That was LaMarcus Aldridge. Was that Jabari?
Yeah.
But with Jaden Ivey, we're talking Russell Westbrook and Dwayne Wade. Okay. If you legitimately mean that, and that's your projection, how the hell is his top spot 4?
Yeah, I fully agree with what you're getting at here. It's absolutely possible that we've all just spent all this time on Jaden Ivey and he goes in the top 3. It is absolutely possible. Yeah, I definitely think it's a possibility. Okay. If you're going to ask me which one of those top 3 guys falls, I'm going to have no clue because there's no logic. Like, I can't sit here and be like, here's why Chet Holmgren is going to fall. Here's why Jabari Smith going to fall. One of those 4 guys is going to fall. Which one? I'm not going to bet on that. I think it's most likely Jaden Ivey, but like, I'm not betting my house on that. So it definitely could be one of those power forwards falls. One of those power forwards falls. Take any one of them.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, that's what I keep coming back to here. This is a 4-player draft in my mind. There are 4 really, really good players here. All of them who have either, top 2 on a really, really good team upside. Just take one of them. Don't overcomplicate this.
Yeah. Well,
motto of the Sacramento Kings.
There's a great chance if they keep the pick and they make the pick that they're gonna get a really good ball player. Yeah. Well, that's what I keep saying. Like, I keep using the word, and maybe this isn't the phrase, and maybe this isn't fair, or it's a little dangerous. But what could possibly go wrong?
Why do you say that in Sacramento?
You make the pick at 4. What could possibly go wrong? You're gonna get you a good ball player, man. That's where I say don't overthink it. Like, unless you're getting an all-star back in return in a trade or anything like that, I mean, just make the pick. Make the pick.
And here's the most important thing to me. Even if Monty McNair has trade ideas for the number 4 pick, even if they are for really damn good proven players who will help this team a lot quicker than any of these rookies, I really just hope that he waits until the Kings are on the clock so he can see who is there before he makes those trades. Because player X from whatever team may or may not be better than Jaden Ivey, but they may or may not be better than Jabari Smith, who may fall to 4, or Chet Holmgren, or Paulo Banchero. I want, if the Kings are going to trade the pick, they can trade the pick, but wait until you see who's there and then assess.
The Chicago Bulls want to instigate a sign and trade for Zach LaVine in exchange for that number 4 pick. You doing it? And other stuff, Rashawn.
And other stuff.
Other stuff.
I turned heel on half the damn roster yesterday.
Oh my God.
All went bad. I turned on De'Aaron. I turned on Rashawn. It was just a terrible day for me. But this is part of the conversation. Zach LaVine, there seems to be, for whatever reason, a growing noise that he's potentially out in Chicago. And I'm assuming a sign and trade means 5 and 2-12. So what do you think?
That's one of those ones I'm going to wait. If it's Jabari Smith or Chet Holmgren or maybe even Paulo Banchero, I'm going to really hesitate to pull that trade. But like Jaden Ivey is, you're lucky if Jaden Ivey becomes Zach LaVine. Well, lucky's the wrong word. If Jaden Ivey becomes Zach LaVine, you are really, really happy, and it's going to take a long time for him to get there. Yeah. So yeah, I think Zach in LaVine that situation. You immediately made me think of when the Kings almost signed him a couple of years ago, and then he went back to Chicago and he was like, "I'm so glad you guys signed me. I didn't want to go to Sacramento." Wondering if he really likes that idea now, but he'd be a good fit here.
He'd absolutely.
You guys are starting to move me on moving to 4 for Zach LaVine. I was vehemently against it yesterday, but I don't know.
Well, that was ridiculous. You and James and your little Rashawn and Harrison. That was absurd.
That's how we're gonna start the conversation.
You should be ashamed of
yourself. That was starting the conversation. We ain't gonna just try and give away the 4.
Bryant, you are tremendous. Thank you as always, my friend. We greatly appreciate you. Please head over to thekingsherald.com. Check out his most recent profile on Keegan Murray. Got another one on Paolo Banchero coming up, and a lot more as we are 2 weeks away, officially today, right now. God. 2 weeks away from the draft. We'll be back with more. We'll dive back into the NBA Finals before Matt George joins us, coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Great stuff, Bryant. Thanks, man.
Of course, guys.
Man, always a good time, man.
Always an honor to be on here. I appreciate you both.
Thanks, buddy. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
All right. Bryant's really good, man. I enjoy the hell out of him. Look at Sean Cunningham with the RKO out of nowhere.
I know. I'm about to add to it.
Sean Cunningham comes in 48 hours later, responding to the Rihanna tweet thread that'll never end. Oh, love it. Sean was accused of muting the thread. Oh, man.
We had settled it too.
It was over. Yeah, we had Rob got Torre to weigh in. We got Rolling Stone writers to weigh in. It was over. But here comes Sean Cunningham. Got to get Sean back on the show.
Yeah.
Boy, this PGA Tour thing, man. This got some strong crown jewel vibes, man.
You mean like the new league, the live?
Yeah. It's got some strong crown jewel vibes right here.
Crown jewel.
Hold up, is that for real? 68 likes, fam? No way.
Come on, man.
Oh, team. Can y'all hit the thumbs up, please?
Come on, man.
Please.
That's
hit the thumbs up.
It's disappointing, guys.
Elo and KC begging for likes, brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs. Head over to DaveGarciaDesigns.com. This is this is pathetic. This is triple single. This is 15 points, 15 fouls through 3 games. Pathetic. We're better than this. Guys, don't do that. Don't do that, guys. Don't do that.
Come on.
Hit the like button. I gotta stay thirsty, buddy. Don't do that, Bryce. Now look, we already blew past it. We already blew past that number. I remember when that you see, this is how y'all made the show grow. That used to be our big number. It was always funny. Hey, we got to that number.
You know who I like? This is a side note. I like Luis Gonzalez.
Don't do that.
Like that dude, man.
What do you mean? As a ball player?
Yeah.
Oh,
rookie on the Giants.
yeah, I got you.
Boy can hit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't there another?
Yeah, and I don't think they're related. I think it's a Kenny Lofton situation. I think his name is
Oh my
Gonzalez.
We only need like 4 more Luis Gonzalez's to pop up for it to be a come on, man. 3 more likes. Come on, man. Let's do this.
Thing that I always bring up is people are always talking about Barry Bonds taking steroids. And really, he had 1 year where he had 73 home runs. Yes, we acknowledge that. But did you guys know that Luis Gonzalez, what he had 66 in 1 year? We just saw
what like 17 another year. Who was it? Was it Brady Anderson?
Yeah.
Oh, Brady Anderson is the most glaring.
Yeah. I played basketball with Brady Anderson one time. Good athlete.
We gonna have Dave make us a "Don't Do That" T-shirt.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Dude, that's real talk.
That's right there.
That's real talk. No, that's a good line.
Wow. See, this is why people like myself stay on his head. Cause bro, you got them rings because of Steph and Klay and KD.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
I know Chuck doesn't care because he's dealt with this forever. But when he said that line of, man, the Golden State Warrior fans got more rings than you, Chuck, like,
it's too bad.
We can't
tell you, man. You can't let what they say, let well enough be alone or whatever.
Let well enough alone. I don't know. All I know is Draymond just stays like Draymond breathes and it irritates me. Like every time I see his name, every time I look at my phone and Draymond Green's there's something stupid. It's like Jesse had the line there. He said he got it from Twitter. I'm going to attribute it to Jesse. He said Draymond's writing checks that Steph has to cash. Draymond out there just running his mouth.
Man, hold on, Chris, because Chris been in his feelings since I brought up Draymond. No, we're not going overboard because you don't get to. First of all, you don't get to talk the way Draymond talks, like you just mentioned the line that he said to Charles Barkley, line that he said to CJ McCollum. You don't get to say that stuff and talk like that. You don't get to have fans come up here and talk about how he's generational and he's this and that, and then have 15 points in 3 games and 15 fouls. Have a line. What do you have? 2, 3, and 4 last night? And y'all gonna tell me he's better than Dennis Rodman? Dennis Rodman on a terrible night would have at least 11 rebounds. This guy had 3 rebounds.
Draymond Green has averaged double-digit points 4 times in his career, which means 6 times he has not. He has never averaged double-digit rebounds or double-digit assists.
This guy, didn't he average like 7 boards this year? And I gave credit.
Yep, 7.3.
I gave him credit. You heard it numerous times. I said Draymond stepped up his game this year. He's back involved. We talking about a guy that averaged 7 boards a night.
7, 7, and 7.
Come on, man. And look, the sad thing is you can't in the NBA Finals after you talking all that mess. We turned up the physicality. And then game 2, I gave him credit for what he did in game 2. You can't even get your averages of 7. You can't get your averages of 7 and 7, 7. And you talking about good luck keeping me off the All NBA or the Hall of Fame or whatever he said.
Draymond Green, it was all good luck keeping me off all 75 if I'm Finals MVP in 2015 or 2016. Man. Dude really made an all-star game because Steph Curry was healthy this year. That's Draymond Green averaged same amount of points, almost 2 more assists per game, same amount of rebounds last year. Didn't make the all-star game. Year prior, no Steph Curry, more points, less assists, less rebounds, no all-star game. Weird.
Is Steph Curry has I won't go as far as saying he's made his career because I'm not going to disrespect Draymond in that respect. Like I said, I like what he brings to the defensive end of the floor. He's a very intelligent player. But I meant what I said yesterday. If people talking about, oh, you love him if he was on the Kings. If he was on the Kings with no Steph Curry, he'd beat Tristan Thompson.
TT.
He'd beat TT. And I think TT would actually probably produce a little bit more than what Draymond Green.
Oh, that might be a little. Let's not pretend like Draymond.
When Draymond going to get 11 points, 10 rebounds?
Did TT do that?
Yeah, he did it a few times. 11 and 10, 10 and 9. Draymond ain't doing that.
Oh, I'll stop a little bit short of that, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Here's another thing that I like to say because we talk about his media career and what he's doing, everything, and everybody's like, Draymond about to be Charles Barkley. He's gonna be the next Charles Barkley. They're just waiting for his career to end, and then he's gonna be Charles for the next 15, 20 years. And this guy on Twitter, on his basketball Twitter I follow, he said it perfectly because I've always rejected that notion. Draymond's not going to be Charles Barkley. Just because he says stuff doesn't make him Charles Barkley. The reason why Charles is Charles, and he puts it perfectly, and he said Charles was willing to make himself the butt of countless jokes, and that's what gave him the levity to speak honestly. Even when he didn't know what he was talking about, he made himself beloved. Dre is just an insecure clout demon.
Yeah, that's a good line. I think I saw you retweet that.
And that's a fact. Like Draymond would never be the butt of a joke. He's too insecure.
Well, right. And I think I can't remember who we were. Oh, it was Patrick Beverly. That's who we were referring to. When you have a situation when it was when Patrick Beverly went at Chris Paul, and we were talking about Patrick Beverly he does a lot of really good things in this league. He's a player I'd absolutely love to have a presence like his on the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Of that Patrick Beverly period on the Sacramento Kings. But when you're going at Chris Paul and you're saying the things that you did, you're really punching out of your weight class. Let's not get this twisted. Draymond Green is punching out of his weight class. Charles Barkley is one of the greatest players that has ever stepped foot on a basketball court. Now, Charles is significantly more known for his NBA career or his NBA on TNT, his television career, because of how far removed we are from his basketball career. They know Chuck as the TV personality. Don't get this twisted. Charles Barkley with the Philadelphia 76ers, Charles Barkley with the Phoenix Suns was a force.
Mm-hmm.
Draymond Green has never approached what Charles Barkley was in his career.
Right.
Charles Barkley was the best player on his team multiple times. Draymond Green has never been that. And I told you earlier this year, the Warriors are going to have, when we've had the discussion about moves that the Warriors need to make, decisions that they need to make in regards to guys like Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. Draymond Green will never expose himself in that way. If they go to him and say, hey, we have to figure something out, your future isn't here anymore, Draymond's going to be like, cool, I retire. He ain't going to go play in Orlando. He ain't going to go play in Sacramento. He ain't going to go play in Toronto or anywhere else where he can get exposed as not being the player he's made himself out to be for the last 8 years.
Look, we got a sniff of that when Steph Curry was down. He quit on the season.
He just quit.
He said, you ain't going to expose me. You ain't going to expose me. I'm out. He quit and was going to boxing matches. So yeah, nah. Like I reject the notion that in the media that Draymond is going to be Charles Barkley.
Not in the media, not on the basketball floor. He's nothing
aware enough. He's once like the guy said, he's too insecure to take any type of criticism or jokes. That's part of the reason why we love Charles Barkley on the mic. Draymond will never be that. He just won't. He'll never be that. Real quick, speaking of the media, did you see JJ Reddick getting mad at Stephen A. Smith yesterday?
No, I
got mad at him and Greeny.
I saw like they sent it out on a push notification. I was like, dude, why do they do this to JJ? Like every week, like something is happening with JJ Reddick, and he has to be the voice of reason here on these
really
shows.
Upset though, like JJ, other times he's like trying to school Stephen A or whatever, and he successfully does it sometimes with talking from a player's point of view and things of that nature. This time he just really upset.
What was he talking about?
It was before the game yesterday, like in Get Up, and they had mentioned about, like, I think they were talking about Draymond talking about the players in the 80s, and Greeny and Stephen A were like, man, they did all this crying back in the day, and JJ Reddick was like, I've had enough. You guys always compare us to the 80s and 90s like we're some subservient version of players. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of hearing it. We're not. Okay.
Was CJ a part of it?
No, it was just, I forgot where I saw it. It was I'll try and tag you in it.
No, okay. I think
Stephen A was on a big board.
Okay, I got you.
JJ right there.
I got you. It's a little lengthy, but
anyone in the playoffs. But there is a degree, the softening of the game, a lot of it comes from the constant complaining to the officials, the constant whining, the constant selling.
Michael Jordan didn't complain to the officials.
Michael Jordan,
Larry Bird didn't. Come on, guys.
He wasn't selling calls
this nostalgia that you have for the 80s and 90s, like a great era of basketball. It's awesome. But it's at the expense of our generation of players, and it has been for the last 15 years. And it's annoying. That's annoying, Stephen.
That is a joke. That is a joke.
Like he want to go.
That's an absolute joke.
You know it's
not
true, man.
It's not true. It's not true. Today, at the expense of today's players.
But the players in the 90s didn't complain. Gary Payton didn't complain.
Nobody said they didn't complain.
Come on, man.
We all know that Jordan complained. We all know that Magic complained. That's where you lose your argument. You can't find people that said Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and others didn't complain. Magic Johnson and them were complaining all the time
just said
about
our generation of players complains, and that's
nobody said
that.
Those guys didn't complain on literally every single play when they did or didn't get a call. They also weren't selling.
Did you watch the Spurs dynasty? You're telling me Tim Duncan didn't complain all the time?
Well, that was a lot more recently than we're talking about.
That was the 90s.
Second of all, well, I mean, the dynasty.
And when
really
he
was
did,
in the
we complained about him complaining.
Huh? I didn't hear that.
When he did complain, we complained about him complaining. We told players stop whining back then too. So why should y'all be absolved from it?
The whole concept.
I'm not saying we should be absolved from it. I'm saying the standard that you guys have set, this nostalgic standard that you've set for players in the 80s and 90s, and then comparing us to it all the time, like we are a substandard to that, it gets annoying. And a lot of your arguments, like complaining to the officials, that's the same thing that players did back then. And if you want to watch finals games that are 75 to 72, by all means, have your nostalgic era, please.
No. The nostalgic era that we're talking about, that we're lamenting, is not players complaining. Not me, anyway. What I'm saying is that the officials shouldn't be looking to tee up people and eject dudes just for getting in each other's face when obviously there's no fisticuffs taking place. And that's a problem. What are you talking about?
They did in game two. They did it in game two.
Not in game two, right? I thought we were talking about the game. I didn't thought we were talking about game two now. I thought we were talking about the overall old era compared to now. That's where I thought you were when you brought up the other names.
The point is, they have made a lot of changes in the sport.
I'll see you in like an hour.
I'll see you. Are you sure? Are you sure? You gonna be ready?
I'm ready at 10:55. I'll see you at 10:55.
All right. Nobody's scared of you.
I'm not scared of you either.
I'll see you at 11 o'clock.
Stephen has his sleeves rolled up.
I wish I was there.
I'm going to have to jump in here like an official. I'm going to have to tee up both of you.
You're talking about jumping here like an official. Greeny was leaning back like he was ready to throw. Like it was about to go down between Greeny. That's one of the best clips ESPN has ever put out. That's funny. JJ about to cuss out his agent and fire everybody. Like, what would y'all get me into?
JJ is tired of this. He went on hard. Enough is enough. Time for a change.
Oh man, I love this. That's good stuff. That's good stuff.
But I understand why JJ feels the way he does, but they do complain all the time. nowadays.
They do. Yeah, absolutely.
And it's just the nature of the game. It doesn't mean that they're lesser players or anything like that. But you turn on a NBA Classic game, you're not going to see the level of complaining that you see today. That's just is what it is. I don't know why he takes exception.
But is that because players complain less, or is that because officials were quicker to toss them?
I don't know why. I mean, these guys weren't getting tossed back then either, but maybe they weren't getting tossed because they knew, like, I better not say nothing.
Michael Jordan got tossed versus Utah halfway through airtime. I remember that. I was punching. I punched the blackboard out. It's one of my favorite parts.
He was upset. Almost cursed on the kid.
He almost cussed on his own video. Real classy, Mike. Real classy.
I'm about to watch Airtime this weekend just because.
It's always a good watch.
But yeah, man, I would say I'm from JJ's era. I didn't play in the NBA like JJ, but
that's the era we grew up to.
Huh?
That's the era we grew up like.
Yeah,
early 90s, late 80s.
He's around our age. He might be like a little older than me, something like that, a year or two older than me. But
I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say I'm older, and that's fine. Like we've established that. I get it. He's 37. JJ's 37.
You're younger than me.
See, you're the old man.
Wow, I'm getting up there. Getting up there. In a month away from another trip around the sun. So it is turn up. But I mean, I understand. I've seen both eras, and they're not the same when it comes to complaining. That doesn't mean these guys aren't great or they're not tough. I wouldn't. A lot of people, they're soft nowadays. I wouldn't say that. Like, these guys are tough too, but they're complaining, absolutely.
But they're also allowed to get away with stuff. Like they're manipulating the rules. I mean, Steph took a charge from Tatum yesterday that was ridiculous. Tatum turned into the post. He took a couple.
Jaylen Brown. Yeah, he took two suspect ones.
Were they both Jaylen? Because I don't know. My default is to always go to Tatum. I thought it was Tatum who was backing him down.
Yeah, that was Jaylen who got him. One was Jaylen, the other was Marcus Smart.
And he flops like he got shot in the chest.
Crazy. That was crazy.
And it's like
and they rewarded him for it. That's
right. And he got the call, and it's like, man, that's it. But it's taking advantage of the rule.
The interesting thing about it is, well, there's two things for me. Number one, and shout out to my guy Rob Carter. We talked yesterday. He's a referee. I haven't seen Rob ref, so he may not be in this group. If he's a good referee, he needs to talk to his compadres and his teammates and tell them they need to be better. But refereeing as a whole is an embarrassment at every level of basketball right now. In situations like that, specifically, like you talk about, are you mean to tell me that they're incapable of telling when somebody really is getting knocked back and when it's a flop?
Right.
Like so this guy flies back, 4 feet, and you're like, oh wow, I guess Jaylen really slugged him that time.
Think about that for a second too. Think about the position that Jaylen was in. I swear it was Tatum, but Jaylen Brown was in. I will never challenge your memory. The position. Just think about the position you're in basketball. How much strength you'd have to put into the move to plow another human being over the way that some of the not a human being whose legs aren't in the proper position, but one that is squared up to you, because it's the only way you can get the foul. Right. One who is squared up to you, how hard you would have to hit them in the chest for them to go flying backwards flying backwards. He took a full bump.
Yeah.
It was like he got the stunner. He took a full bump to his back on a basketball court and got the foul call. How hard you have to hit somebody for that to actually happen?
A grown man, a grown man at that. That is Steph Curry's as strong as a lot of the guards and the players in the NBA right now. He's not no little winkling. So there's that. So here's the other flip side to that, though. And I talked about it this year. I saw it a number of different times. And this is what's wrong with officiating in the NBA. Is I saw Davion Mitchell numerous times this year. Play straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody would dive into his chest. He wouldn't go falling back. He wouldn't go flying three rows into the audience. He would take it in his chest. He'd maybe stumble a little bit, and he'd stay right there on his feet. No call. This is why they flop.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at like, yo, that's a charge. He just dipped the shoulder. But because Davion doesn't fall back and do all this extra, he don't ever get the call.
And think about the position you're putting your team in that, especially this is Steph Curry doing it. That's one thing. If you're Davion, we all know De'Aaron can't get a call when he drives to the basket 30 times a game. What do you think is going to happen with Davion when he's guarding someone and he take a bump to the ground? No call made. What happens? You leave a lane right there for the dude you're guarding.
Nope.
You can't put your team in that position. Steph can. Because if the call's not made, he can complain. Draymond will come tell the officials everything about their mother and their entire family, and then Steve Kerr will lay into him. So you're going to get it three ways if Steph doesn't get the flop call.
Right.
Davion can't do that. No member of the Sacramento Kings can get away with doing that.
Right.
But it's such a manipulation of a rule. And I don't think it's being soft. I think it's if you're rewarded for that,
you keep doing
if you could take a position, if you could take a possession away, why the hell wouldn't you do it?
100%.
When the officials universally stop calling it, that's the end of it.
And they never do. And then, like I said, on the flip side, like I bet you Davion's probably gonna learn. He came in here thinking, with good intentions, like I'm just gonna play hard defense. I'm gonna stay on my feet, and he didn't get rewarded for it at all. So what's he gonna do? Oh, I understand the NBA game now. This isn't like college, or this isn't some upstanding call thing. You got to sell the call. What's he gonna do? He's gonna start flopping.
You know what? I don't think he's going to.
I hope he doesn't.
I don't think he's going to.
I sure hope he doesn't. I just hope
the league has to fit. I feel like the league, when they talk about rule changes and we're going to do this and we're going to focus on, they're focusing on some of the wrong things. You focus on some of the most basic elements of the game, you can improve a lot of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Every fan base gets frustrated with flopping, and the Steph Curry thing, even that wasn't even like super egregious because he did it well.
Mm-hmm.
He took the bump like a 10-year pro wrestler. But there's no way Brown could have, or Tatum, or anybody on the Boston Celtics could have knocked him over in that in that position on the basketball floor
and stayed. And mind you, for Jaylen Brown to stay the way he stayed, balance wise, like to knock Steph over the way Steph went back,
that'd have been falling forward,
forward, like with clothesline from hell. That would have been for him to knock him down that way.
D'Lo and KC is really just a show of how many wrestling references as we could squeeze into 4 hours.
So, I mean, I just get frustrated. The best thing that I see from referees in that situation is when somebody tries to take a flop, and you kind of see it in college a little bit more than the NBA, but they try to take the flop. They don't call it. The guy dunks on their head. The ball lands into their face, and the ref says, "Get up, get up." We're not doing
weak in the knees. Yeah, stand up.
So they can do better.
Steph did participate in practice today. He says he's going to play in Game 4. I love that this is the story because it's awesome. I hope he comes out with a cast when the series is over. But Steph didn't even come out of the game.
No, he
kept playing. He came out like a minute or two later. And I think even the game I think Steve Kerr said that last night. He was like, Draymond didn't, or Steph didn't finish the game. He was like, yeah, we were down 16 with 2 minutes left, so I took him out.
You think if it was close, he would have stayed in, all right? Like if it was closer.
If there was a chance for them to win, absolutely,
he would have stayed in. Like he would have played through it. I'm sure. Somebody
he stayed in on the next possession. Like he didn't leave the game.
Right? No, he was in there. You would think, a guy 250 pounds or 230 pounds, dropping on your leg. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. whatever the case may be. We don't want to see Steph injured at all.
Imagine what it would be if someone dove on you and then started flailing around on top of your body like they were trying to grab a loose ball. Imagine if that happened.
And Jalen did have some discomfort after that play. Nobody mentioned.
Nobody cared. No. Yeah, nobody cared.
This guy.
Let's get Mitch in here real quick.
That play is crazy.
It's especially when you look at the two right next to each other. It's just like, what are we doing? Mitch, what's going on, man?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Mitch?
How you doing, Casey?
I'm good. Man.
Why don't you ever ask how I'm doing?
Well, how you doing, Damon?
I'm not doing well, Mitch. I'm not doing well at all because you won't ask me. Now that was a pity ask.
You're right. I'm wrong. You're right. I'm wrong. I'm 100% guilty. All right.
All right, bitch.
Is that the first person to ever admit guilt? Right.
Okay.
I'm 100% wrong.
It's all right. It's all right, buddy. What's on your mind?
His world do better than Mr. Draymond Green. He's playing like a second-round pick, but could you say that he had a better career than Larry Johnson? First pick when University of Las Vegas. I would say Green's pretty much going to get in the Hall of Fame.
He's absolutely getting in the Hall of Fame. Like that, there's no doubt about that. Especially when you talk about the standard that the Hall of Fame is set to have some of these guys get in. It's about your accolades and what's on your resume, and he has a resume. You know what I mean? There's no getting around that. There's no dispute.
I mean,
that.
Let's be fair. Draymond is a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, isn't he?
I don't know. Is he?
Oh, wait, that's not him. Oh, that's somebody else. Who's the 3-time Defensive Player of the Year award?
Maybe don't do that. Don't mention him. Don't mention him in the same breath as me. We're not doing that.
All right.
Don't mention that guy in the same breath as me.
Matt George joins us live.
Hell no.
Oh, man, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow if the Warriors come back and win this series. Goodness gracious. We'll talk with Matt George. Yeah, we'll talk with Matt George. Live from the ABC News Studios, ABC 10 Studios, next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man, I know it, right? I know it. What's up, buddy?
What up? Everything sounds okay? First time set up here, so we'll see.
No, you sound fine, man.
What's up, Matt?
What up?
Eddie McQueen? What up?
Where's the man got to go to get one of them Sacramento Kings Roots jerseys? Those things are too nice.
Hey, man, shout out to my man at Loyal Roots, my man Jay Stu. Go check him out on IG. Go check him out. He's on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? I'll tag you, man.
I don't know if regular people like you and I can get those, man.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Loyal Roots is for everybody out here, man. Shout out Jay Stu. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Jay Stu. I need a black one, Jay Stu. We got a black. I know he got a white one. Like the white uniform. The black one go hard. Wow. What's going on? I mean, not all of us get to, we're not all broadcasting live from the NBA Finals. So, geez, I'm just saying, man, it's crazy out here. That boy, George out there.
Can I just point something out? Roddy's just begging for it. Like Roddy has a piece of sound that he likes. Like he's just praying for it.
Well, Roddy, I was listening to Draymond's podcast last night, and in fact, he did have this to say.
Players, this is not on you. So listen, this is not on you. Players, y'all did everything. Y'all gave your heart. Y'all did everything right. It was the coaches. The coaches. Listen up. This was the coaches' fault. This is not one of y'all fault.
I hope you're happy, Roddy. I hope you're happy, buddy. That's Roddy's favorite sound, by the way.
Every time I hear the sound, it's less about the sound for me, and it's more about Kenny's reaction to the sound. It's the same way where
Kenny loves it.
Like any comedian that laughs at their own joke, I will immediately laugh at. So
badass kid, man. That kid is bad.
Our soundboards, like I think 95% of the show is just trying to get each other to pop. We're just trying to get the other one to react to what button we hit or what we do. That's
tell you, little Roman still gets me every time.
Little Roman. Yeah, I kind of like Lil Roman too.
Acknowledge me.
I like that.
Also, officially did what most WWE dads do, which is perform wrestling finishers on your kid on pillows or on a bed.
There you go.
10 out of 10.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. One of my favorite videos of all time is when I put Reese in the sharpshooter when he was like a year and a half.
The wife didn't like sweet chin music though too much.
Oh man,
he didn't sell it very well.
It's about as high as I could get my leg up, so that's fine. right around. How old is Arthur?
He's 9 months.
Oh yeah, that's about as high as I can get. Well, sweet chin music. Yeah. Sweet chin music.
I gotta find it. Maybe that'll be a throwback Thursday today. And then Reese stunned me a couple years later. Gave me a stunner. Sold that like The Rock.
Did you have water in your mouth or beer in your mouth?
That's
the only way to sell a stunner. The full shoot. The full shoot.
Yep. That's the only way to do it.
You gotta get water on your ceiling or you didn't do it right.
Acknowledge me.
So the requests are coming in. Oh, this was a good one.
You got like a premium peacock. Who requested that?
That was Kyle. Kyle wanted it.
And who was that the other day? Alonzo, who screen recorded the
pump, the feeling dirty after the extra pump. Yeah. Kenny's just completely oblivious to some of the stuff that he said. No, he'll catch them sometimes. He caught the premium peacock one. He caught this one.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy.
He caught that one, but the pump just went over his head. I was like, bruh.
Didn't catch that one.
Did you
catch it?
Hear what you just said?
Mrs. Peters is one of my favorites too. Oh my God.
Oh, I had that queued up for Miss P and forgot to hit it because Jesse said something. I didn't hear what you said, Jesse. Oh, we're coming back. Never mind. Sophomore class field trip over there on the commercial break on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We welcome those in who are watching the show. We welcome those that are listening on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM. And we welcome Matt George, Matty McQueen.
Yes, sir.
McQueen in the Violet Fog, the smoothest shit in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Of course, no McQueen in the Violet Fog for Matt George today, as he's hard at work over at the ABC 10 Studios. Of course, he's the host of the Locked On Kings podcast as well, cranking out the content. Matt, how are you, man?
I'm good, guys. How are you doing?
We good, man. We good.
Are you behaving yourself on social media?
You know, one advice I was going to give you, Kenny, is if you want to really get to Draymond, start talking about his Hulu commercials. Let's see if that pops off.
You got Hulu commercials? I ain't seen them.
Well, see, that's the thing. You could tweet about Ja Morant having Hulu commercials and how Manos used to be Draymond, and then just set everything on fire.
Oh, yeah, that's a good call. It's a good call, Matty McQueen. I didn't set you up there. My bad, brother.
You, as has been the history with the Locked On. By the way, I got to pull this up. Have you guys are doing the Locked On Network's doing the Locked On Draft show just like you did last year.
Yeah, the ultimate mock draft. Yeah.
Have you seen the stuff involving the Sacramento Kings? So they sent it to me because like last year, we've got to record the little clip. So the way I see this is, and you this is your network, so you'd be more familiar, is that pick number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 have all happened. So the scenario that your people at the Locked On Podcast Network have asked us to comment on is pick number 6 gets traded to Sacramento. It's the Indiana Pacers. Here's the trade scenario, Matt. It's the Kings get, in this case, Keegan Murray, Malcolm Brogdon, and the 2023 Pacers top 5 protected pick. The Pacers get whoever the Kings selected at 4, Rashawn Holmes and Justin Holiday.
That's what we call a leak. That's what we call my negotiations getting out before showtime. But yeah, I can't confirm.
Was I not supposed to read that on the air the last 2 days?
What did I do wrong?
Was I supposed to wait?
Now, what did I do wrong? What did I say wrong?
Was I supposed to respond to that privately? That's my bad. The email came through, and I thought, damn, this is great show content. Whoops. You know what, Matt? Don't answer this question. Let's go back. Let's talk about something else.
The Kings organization's got leaks again. Oh no.
We're changing topics here, and we're going to discuss something else. Matt, tell us more about De'Aaron Fox. Let's talk about something less uncomfortable. You have thrown out a variety of different scenarios. Apparently, another one coming up here in a couple of days on the Locked On Network. You've thrown out a variety of scenarios for the Sacramento Kings. What's your favorite draft? Like, what's the ideal scenario for you as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings in the 4th pick?
Ooh, right now it's bouncing back and forth between the Kings trading up to 2 to get Chet Holmgren and a hypothetical trade that I don't know if anybody's thought of the Kings moving back to take Keegan Murray and also getting an asset. I definitely don't think anybody's negotiating or talking about that at any point in time, but maybe the ultimate mock draft might have it. I hope you tune in when it airs. But I mean, I'm still super high on the Keegan Murray. I've the last 2 days, your guys' conversation on Keegan Murray, love that. I actually did my episode of Locked On Kings today, though. Might confuse some people because the title is "The Sacramento Kings Aren't Good Enough to Pass on Jaden Ivey." And a lot of people might be confused by that. It's like, have you switched gears so heavily on the Keegan Murray, Jaden Ivey debate? No, I just had a guest on one of our Locked On NBA big board hosts, and a guy from Draft Dummies. His name's Sam. He's really good. He and I were discussing Keegan versus Jaden. He made a super strong argument for Jaden Ivey. So it goes back and forth with me. I'm still personally super high on Keegan Murray at 4. I would be totally okay with the Kings leaving draft night with either Keegan Murray or Jaden Ivey at 4. But I think the Kings moving up to 2 to get Chet, I think that could be some fireworks as well.
So there's a lot going on there. Let's start with Jaden Ivey. Do you subscribe to the theory that a lot of other people do? I haven't gotten there yet. Like I said, I need some glasses, you know what I'm saying? I need LASIK or something like that, because I'm not seeing it clearly with Jaden Ivey the way some other people do. But they talk about Russell Westbrook comparisons, D Wade comparisons. Are you seeing that type of potential for Jaden Ivey?
See, I think people are infatuated with athleticism, and I get you don't have to teach athleticism. So when a young man comes into the NBA and has those skills already, and you think you can add fundamentals, add NBA skill sets on top of that, like that's enticing and that's exciting. But I think we fall too in love sometimes with athleticism, with that flash, with that flair. And look, Jaden Ivey looks like a lot of fun. I'm drooling at the idea of him and Fox in a fast break together. I've seen the dunks. I've seen the highlights. I understand the flash and the flair there. But the Sacramento Kings have drafted good athletes in the past. The big name that comes to mind, or the first name that comes to mind for me is like Ben McLemore, who I remember I was in Arco Arena for Ben McLemore's rookie debut, the Kings home opener. And his first ever shot attempt as a Sacramento King, he tried like an Air Jordan dunk from the free throw line. He missed the dunk because he was fouled. So we've seen that athleticism before, but we know with McLemore, there were questions about fundamentals, basketball IQ, things like that. Also, the Sacramento Kings did in my opinion, terrible job of developing him, which is another element of this conversation. So I see the flash and flair of Jaden Ivey. I see the potential that he can have to be a really, really good player. I don't think the gap of his ceiling between or his to Keegan Murray's, I don't think the gap is that significant. And I think people are almost bored by the idea that Keegan Murray doesn't necessarily have that flash and flair, but he comes into the NBA with a really solid fundamental skill set and a high basketball IQ and makes a lot of sense for the Sacramento Kings. I think that's diminished a little bit when you're looking at athletes versus up here.
Do you have like we talk about tiers all of the time in the league and both in the draft as well. Is Jaden Ivey in a tier by himself in this draft class? Or is he in the same tier as Keegan Murray? Are they in different tiers? Like,
I'd put Jaden Ivey and Keegan Murray in the same tier, but I know I'm pretty much on an island in that. I put both of them underneath that top 3 tier, and I want to preface that by saying, like, as much as I'm high on Keegan Murray, if any one of the top 3 falls to the Kings at 4, I'm taking one of those top 3 over Keegan Murray. I might think about it a little bit, might use all of my 5 minutes, but in that case, it's like, that's where I agree with the takes of Kings don't try and get too cute. I am high on Keegan Murray in the belief that those top 3 guys are going to be gone, and he versus Ivy versus, I guess, Shaedon Sharpe, that's the conversation. Keegan Murray is ahead of both of those guys for me. But yeah, I would put Ivy and Murray, I guess, in the same tier. And like I said earlier, if the Kings leave draft night and Jaden Ivey is the pick, I have questions about fit, just like I would have questions about anything else with every prospect in this draft. I'm not disappointed, not angry by any means, because I think Jaden Ivey is going to be a really fun and good player.
What excites you the most about Keegan Murray? Like, what do you look at with him and say, I would love to see him in Sacramento doing these type of things?
Well, a big thing for me is day one impact. And this is why, and I like the fit versus best player available, which I put an asterisk next to best player available. I really want to change that to highest ceiling, because to me, Keegan Murray is the best player available between he and Jaden Ivey, in my opinion, because I think best player right now, Murray is going to have the best impact for the Sacramento Kings day one, in my opinion. But highest ceiling, Jaden Ivey has more, I guess, star potential than Keegan Murray does, or at least a lot of people feel that way. But to answer your question, Casey, like, I think fit is extremely important this year, because even if there wasn't this reported playoff mandate this year, when Monte McNair acquired Domantas Sabonis, essentially he acquired a 2-year playoff mandate. Like, he has to make the playoffs, or he has to start winning games these next 2 years, or Sabonis is gone and the Kings are in a world of hurt. Right. So I look at Keegan Murray as someone who checks that fit box, who can come in day one, probably as a night one starter. And even if he still is learning how to excel in the NBA and how to be an NBA player, he still fits well enough in the Kings system that I think he can be an impact as a catch and shoot 3-point shooter. He can be an impactful player on the defensive end of the floor. And then, I mean, I know Bryant was talking a lot about, like, his ability to create his own jump shot, shoot off the dribble, like that stuff. I don't mind him taking time to develop, because I know the skill sets that he's bringing in, or at least I believe the skill sets that he's bringing in, can translate and help the Sacramento Kings from day one. I also think Jaden Ivey can do some things that help the Kings from day one, but not as much as Keegan Murray in my mind.
You're listening to Dealing with KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Matt George of ABC 10 and the host of the Locked On Kings podcast with us here. You recently, you mentioned Chet Holmgren a few minutes ago, and one of your ideal scenarios would be trading up for him. You did a podcast on that recently. Likely a little bit, likely a lot. Keep dreaming, buddy. Which one would you rank him under?
Maybe likely a little bit, and that feels like super optimistic. Like, I think the Kings have a legitimate shot. I think the Kings do have a legitimate shot, and I don't think Monte McNair is afraid of trading the assets necessarily to make that move. But I did a solo podcast a couple days ago where I talked about, I'm not worried about Monte McNair making a reckless move in order to save his job. I'm not. I trust Monte McNair. I believe Monte's going to trade assets. If he does trade assets, he's going to make his draft selection. He's going to make every move this offseason with the expectation that he's going to be feeling the repercussions 4, 5, 6 years down the road. That's how he should operate, even if the contract isn't there. And I have faith that he's going to do that. So do I think McNair would sell the Kings' future, multiple first-round picks, to the Presti pick treasure trove in order to move up a couple of spots to get Chet? I don't think he'd do that unless he really believed that Chet was going to be the guy that would make the difference. And even then, I don't think he'd go so overboard as to attach multiple first-rounders to that deal, or like a guy like Davion Mitchell to that deal when he doesn't have to. So I think the Kings have a legit shot at making it possible, especially if OKC is as interested in Jaden Ivey as some reports suggest. Any trade on draft night, the Kings moving up, the Kings moving down, it's all going to rely. I mean, you need two to tango. It's all going to rely on what the other team wants. The Sacramento Kings, it's a 50-50 in that sense. If the Kings are going to trade back to 5 at Detroit or 6 at Indiana, it's because there's someone at 4 that those two teams really, really want. So you have to let everything play out on draft night before you get there. But I do think the Kings have a legitimate shot of moving up to 2. I wouldn't say it's highly likely, though.
And if they move up to 2, I think we both agree that it's for Chet Holmgren. But if they move up to 2, should it be for Chet Holmgren or should it be for Paolo Banchero? We always assume it's for Chet Holmgren, and that's what the deal is. But are we confident in saying that Chet is going to be a better player than Paolo Banchero?
I think I am, but also for me, it's in a lot of ways the best of both worlds, because I think Chet is an excellent fit and he's the best player available at that spot, and maybe the best player available in the entire draft. I love Jabari Smith Jr. too. I have no reason to believe he's going to be there past 1. But Chet, you're looking for rim protection, check. You're looking for floor spacing, check. You're looking for size in the front court. Now, I think it's fair. There would be questions about, okay, are you going to play Sabonis as the 4? Is Sabonis naturally a 4? There's always going to be questions. There's always going to be concerns. But the two things that I believe Chet Holmgren does the best are two things you significantly need here in Sacramento. So I'm pretty confident in saying it would be Chet over Paulo, who there are defensive questions and not necessarily shooting questions, but Chet over Paulo is pretty. I'm pretty confident in saying that, at least on my board.
I think will be better.
You mentioned you think Paolo will be better?
Yeah, I think he'll be better than Chet over the course of his career.
You've been pretty consistent in that thinking. Chet,
I think Paolo is the best draft. I think he was better than Jabari too.
Jabari's the one that I don't hear the glowing praise for Jabari in any of these conversations. I just hear no, Jabari's good. Right out the gate. Yeah, Jabari's good. Right now. He's good right now. And I feel like everyone's comfortable in that. I think there's also fit. We talked about the two teams at the top of the draft and their positions of need fit perfectly with Jabari and Chet. You mentioned in your podcast about Monty McNair the playoff mandates, and there's all these different lines out there pertaining to the Sacramento Kings. You can choose to believe all of them. You can choose to believe none of them. One that has been circulating recently is the win now player. We'll ask you what we've been trying to figure out for the better portion of a week is, who the hell is the win now player?
That's a great question. I don't know if there is a name. I know the name that you guys have been discussing in this room. Myself, my partner Kevin John, and Henry Turner, who was on with our post game last night. All three of us were talking about who you guys have been talking about, which is Zach LaVine. I mean, that is a established NBA talent. We know he's very, very good. We know the Kings also tried to acquire him not too long ago and force the Chicago Bulls to match. And now he's at the end of that contract. So I certainly would consider. I go back and forth on that, and I think that would be a great debate with the concerns of him defensively, the concerns with his injuries. But I think if you got a healthy Zach LaVine who played 60-plus games for you next to a De'Aaron Fox, next to a Domantas Sabonis, a Davion Mitchell, and the only thing you really had to give up is whoever you take it for in salary filler, I think the Sacramento Kings are a really good basketball team, or they've gotten significantly better. But is it so much better than having or getting a fourth pick that has the potential to turn into a star that you have contractual control over for the next 8-9 years? That's the risk you take. And Monty's already taken that risk in trading away Tyrese Halliburton. So I don't know who that win now player is. I appreciate that it's a scenario. And that's one of the things I was talking about a lot with the Kings. If they stayed at 7, was trading that 7th pick, moving out of the draft completely and finding an established NBA talent. If the Kings want to win right now, and if they do truly have a playoff mandate, which, by the way, a lot of people read playoff mandate and they attach a negative connotation to it, and they've brought that to, this is Vivek saying they have to win right now, and he's going to force Monty McNair to make a bad move. As critical as I've been of Vivek Ranadive, one, I have no issue with the playoff mandate if that's really the case, and two is I have zero indication to believe and zero belief myself that Vivek Ranadive is putting so much pressure on Monty McNair in this front office that they're going to make a foolish move. I actually truly do not believe that. I feel pretty confident in saying that. So if McNair is going to go out and trade this pick for a win now player, whoever that player is, he has to be very, very confident that the money that they're paying that player is worth it. And we know money and cap flexibility is really important to McNair, number one. And number two, he has to believe that that player is going to be so impactful in however many years that he's here that this fourth pick won't matter whoever it ends up being 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years down the road.
Yeah. I mean, and we talked about this the other day. We have to, and Jesse and Damian were putting it in a situation that, you got to ask yourself, if you trade for somebody like Zach LaVine, is whoever I'm taking at 4, will they ever be as good as Zach LaVine? And if the answer is I don't think so, or no, in your opinion, then you make the move. If there's any doubt that you think Jaden Ivey could, Zach LaVine's a one-time All-Star, and somebody who was really productive in his time even before an All-Star. Do you think Jaden Ivey will be a 3-time All-Star possibly and just as productive? Then you hold back and you hold on to that number 4 pick. But that's just the kind of way that I would try to look at that situation. Is whoever we take it for, do we project them at being a better player over the course of their career than Zach LaVine?
Yep, and that's where McNair's longevity comes into play too, right, Casey? That's where I believe, even if he does not have that contract extension secured, and by the way, there's still so much time for them to secure that contract. So, we're talking months here. It doesn't have to be done as quickly as they brought Mike Brown in. I would like them to start the season with him under contract, but I'm not going to panic if they're not. It would just be kind of another unusual King's move that we've seen in the past. But it doesn't necessarily mean doom and gloom. But McNair, if McNair's making that move, whatever move McNair is making, he's expecting to be around to see it through. And that's the way he really should operate. And if he doesn't feel comfortable enough to operate that way, then it's already, in my opinion, then things are already over, So, and I got no indication from people I've talked to and no indication from what I've seen and heard out of Monty McNair that there's any reason to feel otherwise. So I think in terms of a front office structure, the Kings are in a pretty good place. And as much as we can debate who the Kings should take it for, who the Kings should trade for it for, it's a fun conversation. We all have our opinions. We don't have to be right. Monty does. And I stand by what I said multiple times. I think if the Kings screw up this number 4 pick, if they screw up this pick, as important as the Domantas Sabonis, Tyrese Halliburton trade was, that was the appetizer. This is the entree. If the Kings screw up the number 4 pick, I think this playoff drought will reach 20 years. I'm pretty confident in saying that.
Man, what happened to the optimistic kid who used to work down south?
Still in Jersey.
Hey. By the way, man, congrats on covering the finals. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's real dope.
It was tremendous. I will say, I know a lot of the conversation right now because of Klay's comments has been like fan bases and Boston fans sharing their charm and things like that. I don't have any side to pick on that. All I will say is a lot of the coverage that we did in NBA Finals Game 1, we were outside covering the reaction of the fans outside, everybody showing up. We did the post game out there, and even after the loss, the Warriors fans that I interacted with were extremely nice, extremely welcoming, talked a lot about Sacramento, were very hopeful for the Kings. And then there were plenty of Boston fans out there as well that I didn't see get treated disrespectfully, and they were very nice as well. So I had a great time out there. It was a tremendous career achievement for me. The Chase Center is nice. It's no Golden One Center, but it was an awesome experience.
So what just happened? Well, what are you doing right now?
What?
You're out here saving Warrior fans. You're the same Warrior fans that were throwing T-shirts at Charles Barkley and got the nerve to look. I'm not repping for Boston, but come on, man. You didn't draw the ire of the Golden State Warrior fans, so of course they were nice. It's about their interaction with someone who they feel is wrong. It was Draymond Green. It wasn't booing Steve Kerr.
Oh, no,
I wasn't booing Jordan Poole. It was Draymond and Draymond only.
I have zero issue with what the Boston Celtics fans did. Zero issue whatsoever. I think Draymond in many ways brought that on himself. I also think Draymond Green, I know I was listening to your entire conversation. I think Draymond Green is really good for basketball, and that's more the WWE brain. I think Draymond Green, the character, Draymond Green, the antagonist, I think he brings in conversation. I think he brings in interest. I think this conversation that him having a podcast is somehow detrimental to his team is absolutely ridiculous. Draymond Green annoys the absolute hell out of me too, but I think he's good for the game. I think he's good for ratings, good for drama. And I'm all for it. And I'm all for Boston voicing their opinion the way that they did. He deserves it in many ways.
Now, I don't know what other people have said, but I know Kendrick Perkins and Hall of Famer Isaiah Thomas, they talked about his podcast. And I don't think anybody has said he shouldn't have the podcast. What they said is you're putting more energy into that podcast than you are preparing yourself for the NBA Finals and what you're about to face. And I don't know if I agree with that because I don't know how much energy he's putting into it.
I don't agree with that.
But I mean,
there's too
much energy going into that podcast right now. They talk about LeBron James and they say, "Oh, LeBron James is all this other stuff."
23.
LeBron, you don't do nothing during the finals. 23. You don't do nothing during the finals. That's all regular season and after the playoffs. Finals, playoffs, he's locked in. Now, I don't think it matters that much with Draymond Green because if he don't do the podcast, like I said, what's he gonna do? Put up 8 points instead of 2? It don't matter.
Maybe.
And you'll hear about every one of those 8 points. He'll tell you about it.
Good luck leaving me off the all 75 list if I had 8 points in that game.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No.
Matt out here talking about how wonderful the board. Complimenting the man on covering the NBA Finals, and he's
I didn't say all of them.
Chase Center's wonderful. It's gorgeous. Did I hear you say it was better than the Golden One Center? I thought that's what I think my Comrex glitched. I think that's what that was.
Look, I've already had a rough week. I'm already low on a lot of Kings fans lists right now. Don't you throw me all the way into the bed.
You're low on our list,
buddy. You hey, don't worry about that other stuff, man. It's not that big of a deal. Don't be silly. It's no big deal. Could be worse. You could wear a player's jersey into the locker room and be thrown out of it. So like that stuff has happened as well. So that's Matt George. We think the world of him. He's doing a great job over there at ABC 10. And the Locked On Kings podcast is really just a tremendous source for Kings news. So make sure you subscribe to that and make sure you come back with more Dealing with KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear.
And please check out the ultimate mock draft to see what happens. You'll never know.
I'm so sorry about that. I had no idea. I thought it was great content. I got to go to the bathroom. You guys talk.
What you got to do. I'm just hang out for a little bit. Robbie, so here's the deal. When they talk about MJ was out gambling all night during the finals, golf and all this other stuff. Yeah, absolutely. MJ also averaged 35 points in the finals.
Yeah, so how?
So if you're doing that and you coming back and you averaging 35, ain't nobody got nothing to say about nothing. But when you're doing all this other stuff and you come back and you put up 2, 3, and 4, everything's free game at that point.
You know the argument's going well when the example you use to defend a guy who has 15 points and 15 fouls in 3 games is, yeah, but MJ did it. Like the best player of all time did it, so Draymond can. Okay.
Mike out here putting up 30. Hell, Klay Thompson out here putting up out numbers. Rob Williams out here putting up numbers 2, 3, and 4. Why are you even playing? Maybe you putting up 2, 3, and 4. Tragic. John, that was a great line that you had where you said Chase Center, which is a very nice place. Chase Center is a very nice place. I said all the time, they spent $1 billion on that place. Absolutely, it's going to look nice. It's going to look nice, but I agree with John. Chase Center is a great value brand.
No, this is it's going to be a biased take as well, but like the Golden One Center, the openness of the Golden One Center, the Sierra Nevada, the bar on the 3rd floor, like the Golden One Center is, I just love the openness of it. I love the volume in there. The Chase Center is nice, and they have some really unique like suites and really unique
it's nice.
levels.
It's nice, like a nice hotel. That's what it looks like. It's a hotel.
It's nice.
It looks like an airport. It's a nice airport.
But their entire district, so their entire, like, basically their version of Doco, right? First off, it's smaller than Doco. And second off, it's all the main stuff happens on the opposite end of the arena from the bay. So they have, like, the bay is all over here, and it does kind of wrap around, and there's, like, an upper terrace by some bars and stuff like that where you can sit and you can look out onto the water. But, like, as much as it's like a waterfront, like the waterfront of Oracle Park, right? It's like you can see out into the bay. It embraces the bay in so many ways. At Chase Center, it's like, yeah, the bay's there, but it has nothing to do with the district. So, but it's, I mean, it's cool. It's nice. It's cool to be that close to the water, but all the action happens where you can't even see the bay. But I had a great time.
It's nice. Ain't no NBA boy, ain't no Homer Capaway. Anybody that's been to both will tell you the same thing. Chase Center is nice. It's not better than Golden One Center. Golden One Center is arguably the best arena in basketball. Heard it multiple times from people that go around. Now, I haven't gone around the different arenas, so I can't speak on it. All I can say is I can't imagine a better arena than the Golden One Center.
Kings need to make better use of the airline or the aircraft hangar doors. They need to have those open more at the beginning of the season. They only like when they do those during the California Classic games, man. Those are the best when that big race.
Hell, they don't ever play when the weather's warm. That's the problem.
Beginning of the season, it's California. You can get October games. You can get a little bit of November games in there. Come on.
We don't ever get to play no spring basketball. That's why the doors are never open.
That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, guys.
All right, man.
Good stuff, man. Thanks, Matt.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, buddy. Matt George. I sort of botched that whole locked on thing, huh? Oh man, feel kind of like a dick. Whoops.
That was excellent. That was the definition of well, what did I do wrong?
Yeah.
Now, what did I do wrong? What did I see wrong?
Oh. Matt had the funniest look on his face as I was giving his trade proposal. And then I realized, yeah, you weren't supposed to do that, dummy. Like, oh, my bad. Sorry about that.
Whoops.
Locked on. Sorry about that, Locked On family. Do appreciate you guys, though.
Yeah, always.
My bad.
You want to know something funny? So I got a busy schedule, right? I do a lot of stuff.
Where?
I coach. I got to go to my son's baseball games. He's on
mogul
teams.
Fashion icon. Yeah.
There's a lot going on from day to day. Some of the times I try to record the games and watch them later. Doesn't always happen that way. I end up getting to my phone or Twitter or checking something. And I do it, sparingly, where I know what happens and I'll go back and watch the whole game. But I typically like to be surprised. So that's what I've been able to do with these NBA Finals games when I'm out. Like, so last night I was out. I was working the snack bar at the Laguna Youth Baseball game the other day. I had to do my volunteer and work the snack bar. Stayed away from everything. And obviously, as you guys see in the group chat, I didn't respond because I hadn't even started watching the game by the time you guys started texting.
We just assumed you didn't like us. You never respond to us.
So now you guys know what it is. So I'm getting the text and I'm like, oh no. Jesse's texting. And then my boy Alan, he FaceTimed me. I got to ignore that call. And I'm like, oh, Alan probably wouldn't call me if the Celtics won. So yeah, I think the Warriors won this one. I think they won. And I'm watching the whole game, like, under the premise that I think the Warriors won. And Celtics are up by like 15 in the third quarter. I'm like, wow, these guys messed around and blew this game? Are you kidding me? And then Steph does what he does. They take the lead. I'm like, wow, this is a backbreaker. I was like, I don't know. I could see the momentum's crazy. I don't think the Celtics will be able to bounce back from this one. And sure enough, they end up winning the game. So I was dead wrong. But for the majority of the time when I was watching that game on DVR, I thought the Warriors were going to
win. Majority of the time I was watching the game, I thought the Warriors was going to win. I was watching live I'm telling you, like my fit when they came back in the second quarter, I just thought and I thought the whole series had shifted. I was like, the Celtics punched them in the mouth and the Warriors laughed at them. Because the Celtics looked just in disarray at that moment. Like they were a mess. Wow. And I was just like, they've got to amp it up because Steph's hot now. Klay had hit a couple shots. And you've got that combination going with Jordan Poole. It's only a matter of time now. It's going to be Jordan Poole and it's going to be Andrew Wiggins. Right. And they're going to blow this. And so, it's absolutely not what happened.
So let me ask you about that scenario here, because we haven't really talked about that. The others for Golden State, the Jordan Pooles, the Kevon Looney's, the Otto Porter Jr.'s. I think you could put Wiggins in there, although I thought Wiggins played well yesterday. Do they have enough from the others to beat Boston? Because this is what I'm seeing right now, and this is why I'm leaning towards Boston just being the better team. I feel like Golden State, Jeff Van Gundy talked about this last night a little bit, but I feel like Golden State needs Boston to beat themselves for them to beat Boston. If Boston is playing on their game, they don't even have to be great, but just take care of the basketball.
Not turning the ball over. Yeah.
If they do that, I don't know if Golden State has enough. And here's the other thing about it. Because I don't know if we've necessarily seen this yet. If both teams are playing good, I think Boston's good is better than Golden State's good.
I agree. I completely agree.
Wow.
Jeff Van Gundy was spot on, in my opinion. The Boston Celtics first half, 8 turnovers led to 14 points. The game ended with the Boston Celtics having 12 turnovers, leading to 19 points. And I think, let me confirm this right here. I should be able to do that in just a second. I don't think the Celtics... Okay, I thought the Celtics turned the ball over one time in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, in the fourth quarter. That's right.
So I think there's a lot of validity to that remark from Jeff Van Gundy. If they don't shoot themselves in the foot, they've been in control of a lot of this. Like even game 2 looked like it was an awful game for the Boston Celtics, but when you look back at it, it was a really bad stretch in the fourth quarter that opened things up. That was magnified by it was compounded by just the horrible combination of turning the ball over, those turnovers leading to points, and oh, by the way, on top of all of that, you shot like 20% in the quarter. Like you couldn't hit a shot, particularly in those final 4 minutes.
Right.
Your first question about the others, like, do they have enough? I want to answer that, but I want to point out a couple of interesting stats and to get your opinion on these as to why you think these are happening.
Remember when we started doing the show and you thought I didn't like stats?
Yes, I believe that's still true. I
don't think I don't like his plus and minus.
You do not like plus minus at all. And I think that's pretty. I think there are a lot of people that don't like that particular stat. But, and I'm not. But I don't wonder if you like or hate this stat. I'm wondering, like, you tell me why this is happening, because I gotta believe it's more than. I think the answer is more than Robert Williams, though he's a factor. Celtics out rebounded on the offensive end. Offensive rebounds, they had the edge 15-6. Overall, 47-31.
Wow.
That is such a, in an NBA finals, like this isn't the Sacramento Kings against somebody in the middle of January. This is the NBA finals. These are the two top defensive teams in the league. Is that something the Celtics are doing? Is that something the Warriors are doing? Why such an absolutely dramatic difference in rebounding numbers on both total rebounds and offensive rebounds?
For me, it's just attention to detail, finishing off a defensive possession. And at their best, that's what the Boston Celtics are able to do. They're able to finish off a defensive possession with Tatum going in to get rebounds. Jaylen Brown, I think Jaylen Brown, he had 9 rebounds last night. You know what I mean? Your 2 guard is going in there and rebounding at the clip of 9 for the night. I just think when there's attention to detail with the rebounding as a whole, that's when Boston can dominate the boards, because they're a bigger team. They're a bigger team than Golden State more times than not, from Rob Williams all the way down to Marcus Smart. So when there were
times where it felt like there were 2-3 Celtics on a ball and just Kevon Looney. It was like, where the hell is everybody else? Why is everybody like in such a dramatically different position on the court? And some of that may be, and admittedly, I'm genuinely posing this question to you. I didn't go back and look at film, look at synergy. I know one thing the Warriors are very, very good at is leaking out. And sometimes if you have a combination of the Celtics crashing and the Warriors leaking, that could lead to a rebounding differential the size of the one we saw last night.
Yeah, for sure. So I think that has something to do with it. And just in general, I just think that the Celtics are, they got more size than the Warriors do. And it's tough. It's tough to keep those guys off the boards when they're locked in.
And they were locked in last night.
Yes. Yes.
We talked extensively leading into last night's game, and it's much was made about this last night. At least it was on the Scott Van Pelt show. But this is the quickest turnaround of the NBA Finals, so everybody's going to be asking about Steph and his ankle and can the Golden State Warriors recover and all these different things. Like today's the day off. They're back at it on Friday, and then they don't play again until Monday. So this is the shortest turnaround.
And look, I'm gonna be looking at it on the flip side. Flip side coming back soon. I'm gonna be looking at it on the flip side. Rob Williams.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
That knee, when it has the extra day of rest, I think it just enables him to play sometimes, let alone be effective. But Jesse, did he play back-to-back games in the regular playoffs when they were going every other day? He's a game changer, man.
Yeah, he really is. Is that the first game he started in a while? I don't remember him.
No, he started since he came back.
Oh, has he? Oh, okay.
When he plays, he starts.
Okay.
Really early.
Okay. Yeah. And he did that. I think he did that in the second half. He in the like after halftime. He subbed. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Okay.
I was sitting there.
He was such a game changer for them last night.
I was sitting there watching the game with the Queen Bee last night, and somebody hits a 3, and I go, 3, Carmelo to the head and all this other stuff, and I said, I cannot believe I'm sitting here rooting for the Celtics. Oh, I hate the Celtics. But man, I love.
Wild that you were chanting "F you, Draymond" in the house too. That was.
Hey, one of these days we're gonna have to do a watch party. I'm gonna have to watch myself, because the amount of times I was like, "Get that blank out of here!" when somebody blocks the shot. Every time, get that blank out of here.
When someone blocks the shot, it was Rob Williams that blocked the shot. That's who it was. It wasn't somebody. It was Rob Williams doing it over and over again.
I got up. I was flexing.
Yeah, that was. So was Jalen. But
I hate the Celtics. But man, I love Jason. I was telling Jazz too. I was like, I think Tatum might be one of my top 5 favorite players right now.
Yeah,
he's up there with Giannis and Kyrie, and Fox is one of my top 5 players too.
There's just so many. Like I feel the same way about Tatum, but I love Marcus Smart.
Yeah.
And Jaylen Brown also. It's there's a variety of reasons I like this version of the Boston Celtics, but they're definitely at the top of that list.
Yeah.
I want to, and I'm a very rare individual who seems to like Brad Stevens. I
like Brad.
I want to go back to your original question, though. You were asking about the others on the Golden State Warriors. I feel like they're all capable of being enough to compete, because you're a little bit more on the fence than I am. I think the Celtics are a better basketball team than the Golden State Warriors. To me, your percentages on who better should be greater. I think the Celtics are
60-40
noticeably better than the Golden State Warriors. It's just the wild card is always going to be Steph Curry. So when you talk about guys, and I think maybe this pertains like a little bit more to guys like Jordan Poole, and I do kind of feel like it does apply to Andrew Wiggins a little bit. When Steph is able to have those special moments and do those special things, you see guys get on board quickly. You saw it in game 2. You even saw it at times last night. They weren't able to sustain it collectively. The Golden State Warriors weren't able to sustain it. But I think you're the magic combination that you saw in game 2. And we know the Celtics will give you that opportunity. If last night's game is a 2-point game or a 4-point game, and you get either one of those runs that you had from the Golden State Warriors. So instead of being down 10 when it starts, you're down 2 or 4. That game could have gone in a completely different direction, because now if you're Boston, you're thinking, oh man, here we go again. We've turned the ball over a couple of times. We've missed a couple of shots. Those 3 turnovers always seem to lead to 9 points for the Golden State Warriors. And that game turns quick. Yeah. If the Celtics haven't built that lead. But it all hinges on 30.
That's what it is, man.
It all hinges on him. And that's, again, it's the level. I thought your comparison to LeBron James, like entering that status now where you're the best player on the floor and it's not enough, is just so flawless right now.
Yeah,
the Warriors have an opportunity to win this series, in my opinion, because of Steph Curry and Steph Curry alone.
For the first time in the finals, although I thought 2016, I thought they were even, Cavs and Warriors. But let's just say people thought the Warriors were better. I mean, they did win 73 games that year. But for the first time in the finals, he's not on the better team. He's not on the better team.
Yeah.
The Celtics are the better squad than.
There's excuses for every finals that the Warriors have lost.
Oh, you know that.
Injuries, suspensions. Well, no, just that exemplifies your point. Is like in winter, if they win this final again, I don't know that anything can happen over the next unless Steph Curry goes for like 12. Mm-hmm. There's very little that could happen if this finals ends with the Golden State Warriors holding the Larry O'Brien. It's Steph. I don't care what Andrew Wiggins does this day further. I'm going to draw a line to Steph. Whatever Jordan Poole does, I'm going to be able to draw a line to Steph, because I just can't imagine it happening any other way, at least not based on what we've seen here in the first 3 games.
Steph, shout out to Denzel and Queen Latifah. Steph is the equalizer.
Just a solid reference to Queen Latifah's version of the Equalizer. That is a masterful reference to Queen Latifah's version of the Equalizer.
The Celtics are better, but they got Steph over there, and this guy, I think he had a great game last night. Like, I thought he had a great game, and some would say like that's a Steph game. I think he can go even higher.
Oh, absolutely, and he. By my calculations, he's going to have to.
He's absolutely going to have to. Look, man, we spent a lot of the time, what is it, 2:35 right now? We came on at 12 o'clock, 2.5 hours, talking about Celtics are better, the Warriors in trouble, Steph, all this other stuff. And all that is actually absolutely true. The other thing is, at least for me, what I've continued to say and what I said yesterday is, look, man, the Warriors' job here is to get one. And if they can get one in Boston, I think they win the NBA Finals. Yesterday was one game out of the 2 in Boston. They can come back tomorrow, take care of business, get the job done, get a split, go back to Golden State with the series tied 2-2. Absolutely. So there's
and you have them winning.
You're not saying this at all. Yeah, if they get
to go to 2-2, they win.
They win the series, in my opinion.
Wrong.
That's the goal. I don't know, man.
Well, Celtics haven't lost 2 in a row.
That's true too.
I mean, that's going to have to happen.
Well, even if they didn't lose 2 in a row, they'd still lose the series, right? No, they'd have to lose.
No, it's impossible. They're up 2-1. Yeah.
You're right.
Silence. I don't know what I was going to say. I had something and then it left. So
that Queen Latifah bar that stuck.
Oh, I think that's it. Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to mention. It wasn't Queen Latifah. I don't know if I feel like the commercial inventory is different on streaming and regular television.
Yeah.
Did they run the Hulu? Did they run the Mike trailer during the game? Well, you might have been fast forwarding through it.
Yeah, I did fast forward through it, and they did. I think I just saw it as I was like, oh, was that the Mike thing?
It was it. It ran last night.
Yeah, it was like 10:30 at night. It
didn't move me.
No.
I mean, it was short. It was like it was some jump scenes.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't move me. It's Mike. I'm gonna watch it. I'll start it. It's just like it looked weird.
I need them to get that.
I don't
right.
know.
I need them to get that right because that could be a great story, but they got to get it right. No half stepping.
I mean, yeah,
no half stepping.
I think I'm beginning to get mixed emotions about it.
Oh my!
I had mixed emotions about the Jamie Foxx thing too.
My
immediate thought was, "Is this going to be funny?" Like when Jamie Foxx started posting pictures of him in in Mike Tyson. Look, is this a joke? Like, is he going to be? How is this going to work? Because there were elements of Ray that were very funny.
He turned into Ray.
Oh, he did. It's amazing. Like Will Smith, I know people forget this. Will Smith won an Oscar for playing somebody else. Like Jamie Foxx won an Oscar for playing. Like you so often get these actors get nominated for playing someone who really, I don't know if she won an Oscar. I think she won a Golden Globe, but Renee Zellweger won the Golden Globe for playing Judy Garland. Like you play like a real life person, and I think that brings more life to the character because you have something to like measure. You have Ray Charles to measure Jamie Foxx's performance against. He
was just like him,
like Muhammad Ali. Will Smith's performance is Muhammad Ali. You can't miss.
Yeah,
like you can't miss in these situations, and with Mike, which is such a volatile story. You gotta tell it right. And who's playing Robin Givens in any of these series is what I need to know, because something tells me Robin Givens could play Robin Givens in these 2 series.
Hey, I haven't seen Robin Givens in about 5 years, but last time I saw her, I was like, wow.
I watched her on some show. I can't remember what the name of the show I watched. It wasn't good at all.
Oh no!
But it was Robin Givens, so I watched it.
Yeah, got to.
It was like one series. Like I get to the end of I get to the end of the season, and it was like, yeah, that's it. There's no season 2. It's like that's it. What the hell did I just watch?
You might have been watching on the All Black network.
Well, it's pretty much what it was. I did just watch Boomer. What was the name of that show that I just watched? I'm saying this because
remember when she was on the other show where she was a lawyer?
She was a lawyer?
Yeah, she was with I think the guy who played Joanna Man was on that show.
Oh my. A Joanna Man reference. I think that was the show called Ambitions. Yes, it was called Ambitions, and it was on the Black channel, aka the Oprah Winfrey Network.
Oh, you were on the whole network. Oh, okay.
Same.
I think
show was called Ambitions. It was terrible. It was awful.
I think I have seen that. I think that's where I saw her too.
She was an attorney. Maybe that's what you're talking about. She was an attorney.
She seems to play an attorney all the time.
She was the wife of Atlanta mayor.
This was on, I think, the WB. It was way back in the 90s.
Yeah. It was the other black network. Oh, the WB, UPN.
Yeah.
Oh man, someone had her.
Me too. She did a great. It was like I want to say it was like probably one of the first times we had seen her after Mike Tyson, or maybe after Boomerang or something. Because she wasn't doing much for a while after that, and then that was like her first. She got back into acting with that show. Robin Givens. Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder who will play her though.
Like Boomerang Robin Givens is infuriating. Because you just like want to like warn Eddie. Like, Eddie, come on, man. Like, careful. Eddie, you don't look right. There's only so much of this we could talk. The small little intricacies in that movie of specific scenes that younger D'Lo may not have understood, but older D'Lo fully grasps, are wild. Like, you could watch that movie. Like, that movie came out, End of the Road. I had to have been like 12 when that movie came out.
Sounds about right, yeah. Because
for me, like, I have been like 12. I was around 12 at the time, and there's little moments in the movie where it's like, okay, it's sex scene, whatever. As an adult, they're freaking hilarious. Just the small little details are so funny. As an adult,
it's like, oh man,
I gotta call my mother.
He was done after that.
Oh, and there's like 2 scenes with those two, and both of them are funny that way. Like, oh, so good.
See, I gotta go back and watch it too. Because what happens? She comes in and he was mad because she didn't call, and he just like going off. He's like, "What? You not call me?"
Yeah. I thought she was dead on the side of the freeway. I called every hospital in town. You know what? I'll leave.
So funny.
I'll leave. She goes, I'll leave. No, wait. Oh, I wanted to make it up to you. She takes her jacket off. She ain't got nothing on. And yeah, it's funny. Oh, that's a great.
Man like a fiddle.
Oh, and you just want to warn him. Eddie, like, no. Eddie. Oh. I'm Marcus Graham. You're Marcus Graham. It's such, I recite the whole movie. We're gonna spend the next hour. And I bet everybody listening a healthy sum of money that Olivia Christian, who will be with us at the top of the 3:00 hour, has not seen it.
No, she ain't seen it.
If Olivia took the how many black movies have you seen test that was on social media, she might put up a Draymond Green number. Oh. She might put up a single digit. We'll come back. Olivia will be with us.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Olivia. Olivia's with us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
That's funny. I'll be right back. That is hilarious.
Oh, man. It is a damn shame. I know. I know. No good. I saw that. John Bull reposted that. Yeah, so 92, I was I mean, unless it was before August, I was 11. Boy, that movie hits different when you're an adult. I have her Wikipedia page up. It looks like she is doing a couple of things right now. So Head of the Class still on? I see they brought it back last year. Last year. Is that still on? You know what's funny? On Saturday when I decided, okay, I'm not watching the Batman. I was deciding between. I wanted something with a great soundtrack, I guess. So I was deciding between House Party and Boomerang. Those were the 2 movies I was deciding. See, so those movies were on point for you. See, Rob was one. Okay, now we're all just sharing our age. Rob was 1. NBA Old Boy was 20. Mark was 20. I was 11, depending on the month. Oh man, no doubt. 15. Baby Driver. Is that Ryan Reynolds? What's Baby Driver? Baby Driver is Jamie Foxx. Why don't I remember this? Kevin Spacey. Oh, are we allowed to watch movies with Kevin Spacey in it? John Hamm is in it. Okay. I vaguely remember this. What year is this? 17. I feel like they don't even make good soundtracks anymore, so that's good to know. Oh man, End of the Road was it, bro. There were a lot of records on that, like Tony Braxton's "Love Should Have Brought You Home" was a smash. But yeah, nothing touches End of the Road. This is a strange question. So when is the D-Lo and Casey June 10th barbecue? Did you mean Juneteenth barbecue? We don't have one planned. Oh man. Yeah. It's Juneteenth for sure. Oh no, I don't know. We just didn't. Honestly, we're just trying to get through the draft. Like that's the honest to God truth. We're just trying to get through the draft, man. Yeah, so no barbecue tomorrow. Oh man. Okay, oh boy. Yeah, oh boy, you in Portland, right? What are you going? What you doing in Sac? Yeah, that's crazy. 30 years ago, man. See, soundtracks used to be so good, but now they're just collections of songs. But like New Jack City, Above the Rim, Boomerang. Oh yeah. Soundtracks were ways of getting new music out. Yep, absolutely. Oh yeah.
Bro, it'd be a compilation of like the hottest people out.
Yeah,
just coming up
I think that's I think that's the main reason I wanted to watch Boomerang, because I wanted to turn the volume up and hear the soundtrack.
Yeah,
and that's
regarded as like the best soundtrack of all.
Yeah, that's one of that's 100%. And they took it off Apple Music.
Really?
Soundtracks are a lost art.
It is.
Soundtracks to movies used to be. I read somewhere that the re-release of scratch that. The re-release.
Oh, it's live, pal.
Okay, thanks. Of Life After Death, I think comes out tomorrow.
Really?
I read that, like, and I don't know how. I know it comes like if you actually like, and I didn't even know this was a thing anymore. But if you like go into a store and buy like a physical copy, it comes with a whole bunch of stuff.
Excuse me.
I don't know what like the Apple Spotify title version will look like, but yeah, I think.
Can you remember the last CD that you bought?
Nope. No clue. I don't. There isn't a CD. There isn't a CD in this house. That's a lie. I think I have some old like KSFM like interviews and air checks on a CD that I never transferred. Well, that's on the computer. That disaster.
That was a classic.
That was a disaster. It's the kid 50 Cent.
50 sound funny on that one. He sound different. Yeah, cuz I remember you was you in the hotel lobby. We had that thing. Get that G in his shoe.
He did say that. He did point that out. We gotta call our people, man. We gotta do something with KSFM. I got to do so much cool stuff. Like like thinking back on it, man, and that stuff with 50 was just amazing, and being able to talk to those guys and some of the guys who got to talk to during that time. Like I got to interview, just by dumb luck, Terrence Howard the same day he was nominated for the Oscar. Yeah.
Wow.
Talk to him that same, like in the pure joy, like in his voice. It's just like because I love Terrence Howard because Q from The Best Man is one of my favorite movie characters ever. Q is the ultimate FU movie character. Why you gotta look like Robin Givens just walked in your room and took a jacket off? What's going on at the Caraway House? You go. There's almost 300 people watching. You go pretend like we didn't see that?
We're making plans for the summer. There was a nice little deal. That made me say, "Wow."
All right, KC got distracted, boy. Like, and that distracted me.
That deal went crazy.
Okay.
That deal went crazy.
I know they ain't shoes. Ain't no shoes.
There would be a sheepish look if there were shoes. Right? Smiling.
There'd be that I'm on my way over look. If it was shoes, I'm on my way.
But look, Terrence Howard, he's done a lot.
I love Q.
Way, man.
I love Q. Q is one of the best characters ever.
Okay, so Q was. I'm trying to think of how that went down. Q knew the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And he allude to it? He kept making reference to it, right? And
yes. Yeah, he would, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would make references to it, but no one else was in on it except for Harper.
That was on
Diggs
too, by the way. You don't need to be making them references.
You wrote about it. That ain't on Q.
That was wrong too.
Well, that ain't on Q.
Well, Q, just keep your mouth shut. No, we don't need no slide references.
Fam, you wrote about it. You about to go on Oprah and talk about it. Like, you wrote about it. It's just
crazy.
They already read the book. It's just he's the one who figured out. Oh, he ain't talking about Nia Long.
Right.
He talking about forgot her name. Morris Chestnut's girl.
I forgot her name too.
Who was it? Mia. Was it Mia? It's Mia. Yeah, it was Mia.
Yeah. That was Harper was a wild boy for that. Harper was crazy for that.
He was crazy. The Frontal Lobe, G. I love that movie, man. The Best Man is such a phenomenal movie.
Did you like The Best Man too?
No. I watched it once. Sniffed out what was going on, finished it, never watched it again. Okay. I'll never watch The Best Man 2 again. I don't need that. On? Did you watch? What?
I don't remember it. I watched it. I don't remember it.
Mia's sick.
Oh, that's right.
I don't need this.
Yeah.
I'm not here for this. No.
They didn't have to put that twist.
They did, like that was unnecessary.
The movie, but
I'm fine that they made it. It was one of those.
That was a one-off. That was a move. That was a one-off. They didn't make Soul Food too. We don't need that again.
Speaking of Soul Food was a great Soul Food was a great soundtrack too.
Oh, it was.
So Soul Food was money. Yeah, Toto was on there. That was heat. I think Drew Hill was on there.
Yeah,
there was some heat on there, man. Absolutely.
Boyz II Men with Mama was on there too, by the way.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. So let's just take a so we've referenced in the last couple minutes Soul Food, Best Man,
yes,
Boomerang,
yep.
I'm going and Hustle and Flow. We'll throw that in here too. I say Olivia has seen none of them.
I would agree from everything that I've heard in the past. Hey, while we're at it, throw The Wood in there too. I don't think she's seen that either.
Oh, I love The Wood.
The Wood is a really
The Wood is, and I love that Omar Epps and Sanaa Lathan are both in it. Sanaa Lathan was a vicious crush for a couple of years, man. Just like I mean, probably still today.
Did we get introduced?
I feel like it was the Wood.
I think it was.
I feel like it was the Wood. It was one of those two. She looks younger in the Wood, so maybe that was made first, and it came out later. But
because it wasn't. I just remember it wasn't like she was. It wasn't a big deal that she was in The Best Man. She was kind of like, I don't want to say like a throwaway actress, but she wasn't Sanaa Lathan yet. She was just the girl that played Harper's girlfriend.
Yeah, she was.
Wood, I kind of felt like, because The Best Man came out before The Wood, right?
I thought The Wood came out first.
I don't know.
I mean, if only there was some way we could look this up, because I'm sure this is what everybody tuned in for today, is to know when The Wood and The Best Man came out. So The Wood came out on July 16th, 1999. The Best Man came out in 1999, and it came out October 22nd.
Oh, wow.
So The Wood came out first.
It's a good call. And my girl, who was on Soul Food, the series, that I forgot her real name, but she was the teenage that was my girl for a long time.
These are quality movies.
They are.
These are. I think there's a Best Man series coming out.
Oh man, I don't know why they would do that. I don't know what are we doing?
I don't know. You already killed off a character.
Yeah, The Best Man was about a situation leading up to the wedding. Story's already been told. What are we still talking about?
I don't know. Maybe post death. Coach Molly brings up a fantastic point. We were introduced to Sanaa Lathan with The Wood and The Best Man, but Love and Basketball was the game changer. And that was April 21st, 2000.
Yeah, that took it to another level.
I saw all three of those movies in the theater. I saw all three of those in the theater.
I think I saw, but I don't think I saw Best Man in the theater. I think I saw The Wood in the theater, and I know I saw Love and Basketball. People were anticipating Love and Basketball when they saw that trailer drop. So, yeah.
I love when we do stuff like this and someone texts a random quote. This is how we dance in North Carolina. Boy, ESPN 1320, where we speak to a real niche audience. Oh my God. All right. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Olivia Christian going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Celtics take game 3 from the Golden State Warriors last night, or over the Golden State Warriors last night, 116-110, up 2-1 in this series. Big bounce back games from Marcus Smart, Jason Tatum, and Jaylen Brown. And Steph Curry participated in practice today. No MRI needed, and he'll be on the floor when Game 4 gets underway tomorrow. Has been established here on this show. The only opportunity for the Golden State Warriors to win this series is on the back of Steph Curry. He's been really, really good this series. He's going to have to be just that much better for them to have an opportunity to win this. Let's bring in 1320 host and contributor Olivia Christian, who really hates the 3-shot here that we sometimes use on the live stream, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Before we dive into the NBA Finals and Game 3 last night, we have a bit of a bet going on right now. No money to exchange. Just quick, simple yes or no answers. Have you seen Soul Food?
The movie?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Question number 2: are you safe right now?
If you saw on Twitter, DTLA has been trending all day because all over the world are here. And apparently somebody called in saying they were planning to do a shoot. This is what was on Twitter. Nothing's been verified, but it remains a high topic. I'm personally safe. Thank you, Damien, for caring. But we might hear some sirens, some helicopters. I apologize for all that background.
Oh yeah, this is terrible. I just clicked on the trend. Yeah, not this is not cute.
All day, Yeah.
That's terrible. Okay, so you have seen Soul Food. All right, so I'm out some fictitious money. Best Man.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I said I thought she'd see The Best Man.
Boomerang?
Yeah, I saw Boomerang during COVID.
What?
Oh my God. Hustle and Flow.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Incredible.
This is
I always
crazy.
thought that movie is very sweaty. That movie is very second episode of Winning Time. Everybody is high. It's gross, right? It's like, oh.
I appreciate the reference too. The Wood.
Yes.
Wow.
Remind me, The Wood is, oh God.
Where they go back and forth between them being adults and kids.
Yeah. Okay, yes. And it's like, have you seen a dead body? And yeah.
Omar Epps.
Olivia then turned into I forgot his name, but the guy who played G Money in CB4 when he went solo. I'm a black man. I'm a blickety black.
Yeah. Because I fully expect.
I've seen Love Jones many times. I have the soundtrack, rock it every now and then. Love Jones.
That's an all-timer.
Expected 0 for 5. I did not expect you to see any of those movies.
None of them?
No.
Sorry, it's super echoey. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Alan Payne. Thank you, Schmuttyfield. Alan Payne. How could I forget Alan Payne?
Have you guys seen Glory?
Glory. Wait, which one is? Oh, Glory. Denzel Glory. I'm thinking of Glory Road. Yeah, I've seen Glory. I only saw it once though when I was like really young though.
Watch it again. It's amazing. Damien, you've seen Glory?
I have. Yeah, I don't feel like that's the same genre of movie.
No, but I'm just thinking about the era, the 90s, early 2000s. There were a lot of black movies, but my parents used to take us to.
Is Glory a black movie?
It's about the 54.
Well, yeah, it is. Well, I guess I feel like Do the Right Thing is a black movie.
Yeah. Malcolm X, Mo Better Blues, the whole
You know what I learned today that I didn't know? You remember She's Gotta Have It? And the line, the iconic please, baby, please, baby, please, baby, please, baby. You know that the line about Fab Five Freddy, come on, let's go back, let's do the wild thing. You know what that led to?
Huh.
No.
Tone Loc, Wild Thing.
Oh wow.
They wanted Fab Five Freddy to rap so bad. They wanted him to do a song based on that line, and he did a couple of demos, and he didn't really want Fab Five Freddy never wanted to be a rapper.
Yeah.
He wanted to be an artist, which is what he's been like all of this time, besides doing like Yo MTV. He's been involved in hip hop, but he's never been a rapper.
Mm-hmm.
And they had this idea for doing a song based off that line, and they had Tone Loc try it. And Tone Loc did it, and that's where the song Wild Thing by Tone Loc came from. She's Gotta Have It.
That's crazy.
I also learned Tone Loc was apparently a very scary individual.
Yeah, Tone Loc was about that life.
Like he had a switch.
Yeah.
I
heard that.
Every once in a while, he was Anthony. He was just this easy to deal with, cool individual. And then he became the Rolling 60 Tone.
Yeah.
And that was
he was about that life. I've heard about that before.
Yeah, you don't want to know that one.
No, not at all.
I learned
Did you guys watch She's Gotta Have It, the series?
I watched, I don't know how many seasons they got. I watched a few episodes, if not the entire first season.
It's not bad. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't watch the whole thing. I'm probably still in the first season.
Did you watch Dear White People? That series?
Oh gosh, did I? That's my show.
Oh, now all 3 seasons.
Yeah, and it's not
trash.
The first season is gold,
phenomenal.
It's gold, and then the second one was like, and the third one isn't that good.
It's bad.
I had to see it.
First season is amazing.
I think what the BBC network does well is their seasons for shows are like 6 episodes. And they might do 2 or 3, and they're like, "We're out. We want to go out on a high." And here it's like 22 episodes, rain or shine, crank them out. And you're like, "I hate this now. I never want to see this person again."
Yeah,
but yeah,
but very happy to hear Olivia. She was batting 1,000 there.
Oh yeah, that's round of applause.
Wow.
That's me. I did not have that much confidence in you at all.
I believed in you the entire time, Olivia.
I think he's lying.
I find that hard. I'm going to go back to what you were saying about me before I was on this show. But was that just like, you don't think I watch a lot of black movies in general? Or
Well, you said you haven't watched a lot of black movies.
That's exactly what I thought.
Okay. Well, yeah.
There's like a test on social media about how many black movies you've seen, and there's like 50 of them. I speculated you would have put up a Draymond Green like single digit number.
He had 4 last night. Did he have 4?
Did he have that many? Yeah.
He did 2. I don't know.
My favorite stat is he has 15 points and 15 fouls in the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
That's insane. Come on, man.
Get after
it. This guy's a starter. He plays a major role in his team's success. 15 points and 15 fouls. Come on, man. It's unacceptable.
Yeah. Well, I think Draymond does what Draymond needs to do to get hype. He didn't do it last night, and the refs weren't letting him have it. So that's why he came out with that kind of stat line. But I'm not mad at that.
So the only way he can contribute to a game is playing like an offensive tackle.
Maybe. If that's what he needs to do to help the Warriors get there, I'm not mad at that. And the fact that like a lot of people have a problem with how rough he is now, first of all, I know that you all grew up during a time, at least there are ESPN movies about this now, about what the NBA used to be like. The bad boys of Detroit. Michael Jordan had to put on some weight so he could run with these guys. I missed some of that. Of course, I don't like to see just straight up fighting, grabbing at people's legs and trying to pull their pants down. I'm anti that for sure. But I don't mind, getting in there and trying to be tough. But part of the game is about not getting into foul trouble. So he has to figure out how to do that. But I'm okay with him being aggressive. And that's what I call for that for the Kings. I've been wanting them to get scrappy and get aggressive, hit the boards hard, make those people fear you coming into the paint. And that's exactly what the Celtics have been doing. So if Draymond's the only one who can do it for the Warriors, I say they clearly need that from him and he should do it.
He definitely needs to do that. I think the thing with when we talk about the Pistons and the Knicks and all this other stuff and why people get frustrated with Draymond is because people forget as well, the Pistons and the Knicks were called for fouls. So when they did what they did, the foul was called. Draymond is just barreling through people. You see, look, even in a terrible game, you see what he did to Tatum on the foul shot. Have you seen that clip when he's yanking Tatum's neck? What are we doing right now? And I think that's more the thing with Draymond. People look at it like, yo, what is this guy doing? Not to mention, I mean, those other guys weren't as outspoken as Draymond is all the time.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not for doing random stuff to try to get somebody heard. And I know about, he's trying to do things to get in their head. I think Jaylen Brown said, he was asked about like what level of annoyance was Draymond between 1 and 10, and he said 12. And so Draymond was proud of himself. It's a head game too. It's a mind game. That's what it's about. But personally, I don't like some of that stuff. Like I said, tripping or like there's a hard foul and he and Williams about to fight every time. Like, just break it up and let's continue to play this game. But I'm not mad at athletes, players knowing their personality and using that personality to help drive their team to be more aggressive and to make an impact. And if they can do it while not committing fouls or not, bulldozing, and there are a number of players who do that. We can't just call Draymond as if he's the only one. LeBron James acts like, he runs through people as well, but he's LeBron James. But yeah, he should expect to have those calls called against him when he's in Boston and sometimes in San Francisco. And that's the NBA, right? Home court advantage. But you're never going to get me to say that Draymond should reel in some of that fire. I think he should be thoughtful about it because we need him in the game. But I like it, and I want more players on the Warriors to show that. And it's likely not going to happen because they don't have the personality, but that's what I would love.
What do you
By the way, Kenny, I really love your jersey. Your arms look amazing.
Oh, thank you.
I knew we were going to get a jersey reference at some point today.
I knew why he wore that. I know what day it is.
Well, it's 95, but still, yeah, you know, I got to make sure my fashion game is up to point when it comes to Maybach.
And I'm wearing yes, I'm very proud to rock these names.
We got to get Maybach. We got to get a Maybach O shirt. David Garcia, where we at? Maybach O. We got to make that happen. Yeah.
I think we do.
What'd you think about everything that happened, the atmosphere yesterday in Boston? Cursing at Draymond, them on it. What was your thoughts about all that?
Everything that happened last night on the court and in the crowd, I was expecting. I was expecting the Celtics to win last night, expecting them to come in with that energy, and I was expecting the crowd to go after Draymond. And I'm sure Draymond and the rest of the Warriors were expecting it too.
You know what? Real quick, I'll pause you. It feels like he didn't expect it. Like by his reaction and how he said, like, you know, I was hearing things and I was listening too much. Felt like it was even more than he anticipated, which is surprising for me. I thought Draymond would have been prepared for this. It didn't feel like he was prepared for what he got last night.
Well, maybe a chant of Draymond sucks. That might have been what he was prepared for. But Boston crowds are Boston crowds, and I think a lot of vulgarity and profanity was probably used. And that's part of the reason why I don't like any team, any sport in Boston. Boston is one of the racist cities in the country. Their own players on the Red Sox, on the Celtics, talk about what they hear from their own fans. Jaylen Brown, I think, he was quoted a couple of years ago talking about like things that they call him. And that's the reason why I will never go for a Celtics team. And that's why I'm not surprised by some of the language. And I think as a fan, you're likely, or a player, when somebody is saying that to you very loudly. I think they were talking about, you know, they're little kids like in their arms and they're shouting these words. That could be surprising. Yeah. But we've been seeing this past season the aggressiveness of fans calling out folks, walking onto the court and talking about their kids. So I expected Boston to show up the way Boston does. And of course, I'm painting a broad brush talking about all of Boston. But we know the history of that town.
Oh, there's about 18,000 people in the arena last night who were letting you know who they were.
Not every fan was, you know, saying all kind of crazy stuff, but yeah. And that fan base deserves to be able to express themselves the way they want to. And you know, I always talk about be the kind of fan that you want to be. I would appreciate you cussing and calling them the N-word and talking about their kids and killing people and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure those players appreciate that too, but I wasn't surprised.
Without the extremes of the last two, like even the chant was that's to me that's a line crossing right there. Like that's not appropriate. Those types of chants aren't appropriate in any spectrum.
Like I was telling Damian earlier, Olivia, they can get their point across without having that chant. Like you can make it a hostile, you know, quote unquote hostile environment and let them know that you're, you know, on him the entire game and all this other stuff without using that chant. Like you don't have to go there.
Yeah. I hear you say when you said, KC, that it felt like Draymond maybe wasn't expecting that level of it. And maybe that's how you heard it. And that could very much be true. I don't know why he wouldn't have expected curse words. Maybe just expecting 18,000 people to be yelling at him. That's what it was. I don't know. But my self about Boston is they're going to call you all kind of names. Talk
just
about everything and everything. I'm sorry?
Just a little dust up at TD Garden. We'll address that more in a few minutes. I want to stick with the game here because I want to ask you, we're 3 games in, Warriors up, Warriors down 2-1. Do you have this has kind of been the theme of what Kenny and I have been talking about a lot today. Do you have a feel on who the better team is?
Yes. Unfortunately, it is the Celtics. Unfortunately for me and for Warriors fans and for Warriors players. And this is what I was worried about last week when I was on the show. I talked about I think Boston, I wanted Miami to win because I didn't think the Warriors matched up well against the Celtics.
Yeah, you said that, yeah.
And if we make it to 6 games, I called it Warriors in 6. I think that is wishful thinking at this. I'm just nervous about it. I think the Celtics are playing aggressively as I thought they would. I think they're playing smart. Their rotations they're doing really well. I think when they have those lapses, like everybody's going to have lapses, they don't last for too long. You call a timeout like, hey, let's remember this. We're not like giving Steph that much space. You got to get up on him on the pick and roll, and like, oh yeah, let's get back to what we were doing. And they're just playing smart. And the Warriors have to make shots. Everybody has to make shots. They're leaving a lot of people open. We're leaving a lot on the backboard, slamming it. Like, we can't get a layup for anything. And if Klay comes in and he comes out and he has a hot streak and then he doesn't, it's difficult to get any kind of momentum. And that's why every game with the Warriors, I feel like, is a crapshoot. Yes, they're amazing. They've got the best backcourt in history, but it's too streaky at this point. And the Celtics are playing very consistent, and they have been. Although, in other rounds, they've lost by, 30 and then they come back. And I think what the Warriors have to hope for with the next game is that we swing the momentum back and they lose big. But if the Celtics can bear down, if you will, they can run away with this.
My concern with that is if I was a Warriors fan, is like you just said, well, they've got the best backcourt in history. They might not be the best backcourt right now. Yeah. They're definitely the best backcourt in history. I'm not denying that. Greatest shooters of all time, 100%. They just might not be that anymore. I think the thing for Warriors fans, Steph Curry is still the best player who steps on the floor right now. And he's shown that even in the 2 losses. As long as that continues to be true, the Warriors have a chance to win. If Tatum asserts himself in game 4 as the best player on the basketball court, series over. It's over. Warriors have no chance.
They don't. I'm worried. And last week after this show, I had to do a late night workshop with folks in Singapore and in Bangalore. So I missed the last quarter of the game. So it was like, I'm like doing this workshop and checking the score. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And the ladies were like, what's going on? I'm like, it's game 1 of the NBA night. And I had been like this ever since, except for last night's game. I expected that game to go that particular way, just the way that it did. I was surprised that the Warriors did make a run in the 3rd quarter, and they got it down to 6 or 9. That was
took the lead. They went up by 1. What on the outer quarter shot?
You're correct. I'm sorry. That was surprising. I'm glad that they didn't just give up at that point, but they're gonna. It's something that we talk about with the Kings. Like, you can't get down by that much and continue to kind of fight your way back. You don't have the energy. You don't have the fouls to be able to sacrifice and stop you can't do that stuff. And I think they know better, but it's more than just knowing. You have to have the players and the stamina and all that to be able to execute in that way. They're still making a lot of mistakes, a lot of turnovers. Just you fight so hard on defense, you finally get a rebound and then you throw it across the line. Why are you throwing it halfway down the court and giving them an opportunity to intercept them? And it's just not smart.
Yeah. And one of the things that I have my eye on, and I'm starting to see what's going on, is because of the weight that is on Steph Curry's shoulders to carry this team and get these guys to an NBA Finals. He's got a lot on his plate. In Boston, they're not letting up. Like, if anything, they're putting even more on his plate, because now they're like, oh, you got to defend. We're going to get you in some switches. We're gonna try and break you down. Then what I say in a boxing term, give you body blows here, but so we can wear you down going into games 5, 6, possibly 7. And that's what I don't know if Golden State has enough to take a little bit of the load off of Steph Curry going into these late series games.
I don't know either, and that's what worries me. I do think Steph likes this challenge of them coming at him. I think, last night there were a couple of shadow calls that were called on him, shadow fouls. He didn't really touch him, or wasn't that big a deal. So he got in some foul trouble, and Kerr left him in there because the next couple of games he's going to be put in those same situations. So he's got to learn to be able to play like that. Not as if he hasn't had that experience before, but I don't feel like Steph is the kind of player that shies away from that kind of challenge. I think he likes it. But I do think those other perimeter shooters have to be able to hit these shots. Jordan Poole is stressing me out. Klay had been stressing me out, but these easy turnovers are the things, like just mishandling the ball, misreading the defense. And, the Celtics are just a lot bigger. So they're going, how many blocks? This is like a record number of blocks in these first 3 games. They're humiliating. I'm like, oh my God.
They have 8 blocks last night, I think it was.
They had 7, yeah. 7 blocks.
Like every time they were in the paint, I'm like, oh gosh, where's his face going to land?
Yeah, I mean, Robert Williams had 4 of those, and then Jalen had that one. Even Horford had one. Like what a resurgence for Al Horford too. I remember the Celtics were laughed at for acquiring him a second time. Like, oh, what's that gonna do? Man, he was impactful during the season, but he has really shown his value to this team here. I think through the entirety of this postseason.
Yeah, facts.
Give it a shout out, us old folks having another go at it.
There it is, old guy out there running, playing big minutes in this series.
Hey, and when you see a game like you saw in game 2, like I said, you're not going to get 20-something from Al Horford, but 2 points, that's unacceptable. And just like after game 1, when he had 26 and Derek White did what he did, people are like, well, they're not going to keep that up all series. I said game 2, Marcus Smart, Al Horford, they're not going to keep that up all series. They're going to be more productive. Yesterday was about what I expect from them. That was like an average. I don't feel like Marcus Smart, I think he ended up with 20-something.
24.
24. I don't expect him to have 24 for the whole series, so maybe he's more of a 15, 16 point per game guy. But Al Horford, Derek White, those guys, they basically did what you expect them to do. Tatum, we keep saying it, I think he's still got a big game left in him. I think he's got a high 30-point game left in him. And that's the thing that's got to concern you for the Warriors. Let me ask you, Olivia, what our guy Butcher Boy was talking about yesterday. He said Klay Thompson. The big question is, can he get you over 25 points 2 times in this series? He got one yesterday. Do you think he has another one in him?
God, he has to. He has to have another one. And he has to have another one after that. That's pretty cool. We need
I wouldn't bank on that. I'm genuinely wondering if he could do another one. He shot really, really well last night. I don't know that he's got 2 more in him.
I just feel I don't know if warm-ups is enough, because the first parts of these games when he's going like 0 for 6 and missing really badly, it's as if he's warming up still. And maybe we can get some shots.
Well, the Celtics probably deserve some credit for that too. Like I'm sure they're doing. I didn't examine Klay's 17 shots last night. I don't know how many of them were uncontested or how many of them were considered open. But we often talk about the shooting woes of particular players, and oftentimes we don't factor in the defense into that conversation. And we could talk about what Horford and Smart and Derek White did in game number 2. Well, yeah, they're going against the second best defense in the league, in the Golden State Warriors. We talk about Klay Thompson and what he's capable of doing, and obviously with Klay, we're talking about a multitude of things. Did he have enough time to kind of regain that form to be that Klay Thompson we're so familiar with? Oh, also, by the way, in addition to all of those things you're already dealing with, you're going against the best defense in the entire league.
Yeah, we're asking a lot of him. I'm asking a lot.
You have to. It's the NBA Finals.
Like this is what you did all this for. You worked this hard to get back to this scenario, and so of course I want him to do well. Everybody who's a Warriors fan wants him to do well and to show up. But my thing is, for all of them, if you're not hitting shots, you need to lock down these players better. You can't be bad on offense and defense. Pick one. If you're having a bad night shooting, lock them up on defense. But the Celtics are just beating them up on both sides of the floor, and that's why it's the exact thing I was afraid of, that their ability to do that. And one thing I hear from Mark Jackson constantly, he talks about them being unselfish. Passing the ball, they're being unselfish. I don't know any player that is selfish on purpose. If they're selfish, it's because they're not confident in their other teammates being able to make good decisions, be able to hit shots and make that extra pass. The Celtics are unselfish because they have confidence in each other. And I think the Warriors do as well. That's how they're constantly in motion. They're waiting for opportunities, run the shot clock down. They don't give up on a play if they don't get a shot off in the first 10, 15 seconds. But to just even describe a basketball player as being unselfish if he makes a good pass, like, look at them. They're so they're supposed, that's how basketball works. You have to be able to pass the basketball, but that's what it takes to have a good team, is that you can't just have that star player. You've got to build around them, put them in a position to be successful and build their confidence up, that star player, so they can feel comfortable not taking wild shots from half court, because that's better than passing the ball.
You'd be surprised, Olivia. You'd be surprised. Some of these people out here that would rather take a contested shot on a 2-on-1 break than pass it to their wide open teammate. You'd be surprised.
But if that wide open teammate never makes it, then I get it.
True, but sometimes it.
Wow, shot at Shavano for no reason. That was uncalled for, Olivia. He ain't bothering nobody in Indiana.
That's not what I said. I did not say that.
That's what I heard.
Hey, real quick, Olivia. The Warriors. Do you think there's anything Steve Kerr can do? Specifically, you hear a lot of people talking now, like, because they're not as big on the perimeter and in the paint as the Celtics. Maybe he should look to giving Jonathan Kuminga some minutes. A lot of people's rebuttal to that is, you got a 19-year-old kid who hasn't played in however many games. You're going to throw him out there in Boston in the NBA Finals. Moses Moody, same thing. Is there something Steve Kerr can do, specifically getting those guys involved, that may, balance some things out for him?
I think you've got to throw them in there for a couple of minutes anyway. And maybe get Wiseman. We'll take him on crutches, whatever. We need something. Anybody, get out. Anybody with some height, with some reach, with some arms. But I think, depending on the game flow, I think it's important to give them some time just because, they're getting brought up in this system, and getting them those minutes now could be helpful and could help shake up what's going on and how the Celtics kind of approach defense. If they're wild and aren't able to kind of live up to the moment, then you just send them back to the bench. But I don't think there's anything wrong with trying it, especially at this point when we're so much smaller than the Celtics.
Because Olivia does in fact play for the Golden State Warriors.
Part of domination. Get off her back, Damian.
My bad. We've got a couple puke-inducing conversations we have to have, and we're going to do something very, very rare. We're going to open up the box.
Whoa.
We're going to move R. Kelly to the side. We're going to scoop Bill Cosby over. And we're going to take out Deshaun Watson.
Wow. I don't know if I'm ready for this.
I don't know if I am either.
It was your idea, honey. So we're going with it. We've got a couple of things we don't talk about very often that we'll talk about next here with Olivia Christian, D-Lo, and KC here on ESPN 1320. I didn't mean to call you honey. Sorry.
What'd you call me?
Honey.
Oh.
Sorry. I meant that more in kind of like a sarcastic thing.
Yeah, that's how
It's always the time of the day where my back starts antsy.
Oh. Hey, Kenny, did you wear that jersey for me?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, man. I had to know if this was okay for the summer for me. Because if not, I was gonna wear long sleeves.
Compression garments under my arms and your legs.
It was going to be long sleeves all summer long if Maybach was like, I'm not really feeling it. But I got that cosign, so now it's good. I don't think I'll ever wear a t-shirt for the rest of until September 1st.
I mean, if ESPN's okay with it, I don't know why you and Damian wear shirts at all.
Well, I mean, hey, man, the streets might be asking for it. So one of these days,
when they call you,
we talk about sleeveless. This is sleeveless day, D-Lo and Casey. Maybe shirtless day one of these days. Never know. You never know.
Damien's gonna come back and be like, "What are you guys talking about? We're taking our shirts." Like, you guys.
Roddy asked the question, but what do Casey's calves look like? The calves are fine right now, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you told him you always had nice legs.
Yeah, man. The legs are the least of my concern. Least of my concern. Always on point. I haven't done a leg day in a long time either.
Well, my surgery was 4 weeks ago yesterday, and they told me I couldn't exercise until 6 weeks. They said, you can't lift anything above 5 pounds until 6 weeks. And then at physical therapy on Monday, they're like, actually, you're doing good. You can work out on Wednesday. And so I did.
Well, how do you feel?
I feel good. I worked out yesterday and today. It's super minimal. Like I can't do a ton with my lower body, like my legs. I know everyone's like, what do Olivia's calves look like? They're amazing. The right one, anyway. The right one's amazing. That one is jacked up. But like lifting weights and walking on the incline it feels good. It's like meditative for me.
Yeah.
I love it.
Damien, I don't know if you got the memo. We're having a shirtless day on D-Lo and KC. Shoot for calling for it.
Oh. Okay. I mean, I thought I was good with the Richard Jefferson, like the.
Oh.
So you told him to go Dr. Bus.
Dr. Bus, you wouldn't even see the Dr. Bus. We here.
We go Dr. Bus all 2022, all summer 2022.
Olivia said all trends come back, baby. Let's bring it back.
Oh man, Dr. Buzz, plus your thighs are out. Woo, Sacramento.
Oh, man.
No, I ain't ready.
Yeah, man, it's next level, man. It's next level.
That's amusing.
Boy.
Olivia, you ever done like a bubble run, like a paint run or something like that? You know, the little runs where they have powder.
No. I haven't. I know that there are a number. Was it like a fundraiser? I saw that you guys did one, right? Or did you run?
Yeah. No, we were hosting it.
Oh, nice.
Seeing it. So yeah, just a bubble run. People do it from time to time.
Was it to benefit anything, or just like let's get in some bubbles?
Just run through bubbles.
Let's run through bubbles.
Did you drink bubbles afterwards with the champagne?
No, it was too early for that. I was going back to sleep.
You know, it's never too early for champagne. Come on.
That is accurate. I
good point.
It's never too early for some
champagne. Will sneak up on you though. I had to learn that the hard way a couple times. Yeah. Like I'm good. I think
I'm gonna pull out the Luke Belair for the second half of the draft.
Ooh.
I think after the Kings make the pick,
I gotta join in.
Pull out
I gotta pop a bottle when the Kings make that pick at 4.
Pull the bottle out. Okay, guys, we're coming back. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and Facebook Live if you want to watch the show. Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Olivia Christian, 1320 host and contributor, joining us here, continuing our conversation. I think we've exhausted our talk on the NBA Finals. Game 4 will be tomorrow here on ESPN 1320. I know there's a couple of other things that we wanted to dive into, some things we don't talk about very often. So before we get to the topic that's in the box, let's start with Jack Del Rio. We haven't addressed this yet. Jack Del Rio was clearly forced to apologize yesterday based on some remarks he made calling the January 6th insurrection attempt at the Capitol, which the details that have come out quite a bit today have made that event significantly more scarier than I think most of the general public was made aware of. He called it a little dust up, and he managed to somehow draw comparisons to George Floyd protests and what happened at the Capitol, and shortly thereafter, and why he was speaking on this. I think someone asked him to address a Black Lives Matter tweet that he had made previously. Shortly after he spoke and that video went super viral, a lame ass apology came out in which he was clearly told, go clean this up. And so far today, no Jack Del Rio news. And I think for most of us, a lot of us just kind of looked at this as like, oh, look at that. It's the NFL showing it's the NFL again.
Yeah, you know, at the time that I saw it, it was bad timing for Jack Del Rio, because when seeing that tweet at that moment and yesterday in my feed, I was hot. Now, it started with him responding to a tweet about the January 6th committee and what they're going to be presenting today later on. I encourage everyone listening and watching, wherever you are, to pay attention to what's happening in the United States. democracy is losing its grip here. So in response to a tweet about what was going to be shown today and the next couple of weeks, he responded, like you said, Damien, comparing it to the Black Lives Matter protests in the summer of 2020. Wow, why aren't we talking about that? The thousands of businesses that were on fire and people have lost their jobs, while this other thing wasn't that big a deal.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was asked about it on the mic, but then he was confronted with this, like, what are you saying? And he doubled down, right? Like, you had time to think about it. You had those responses on Twitter like, oh man, this is not a good look. Right. And these folks were marching for their lives. And why are you comparing the burning of a Target to the burning down of democracy? Target has insurance, they're fine. And I'm not pro, just, painting and throwing things and destruction in communities. But we're clearly what was happening in the summer of 2020, which has happened in previous generations, was us trying to bring attention to Black men and women being killed by police for reasons passing understanding. And for you to even think for him to think to compare the two is ridiculous. But again, people were responding to him on Twitter saying, like, this is crazy, this is crazy. And so when he had an opportunity to get on the mic and explain himself, he doubled down on it. And that's how you know he meant those things. Mm-hmm. And doesn't mean the apology.
Right.
That apology meant nothing. His real views and his views on past issues, you see them in his Twitter feed. He has trash opinions and he's been very vocal about them in the past. But again, it became something even bigger because of what we're going to be learning today and the next few weeks with what the January 6th committee is going to be bringing out. To compare the two just got me hot, clearly.
And I'm with you on that one. And I look at Jack Del Rio as a coach, and look, he's entitled to his opinions, regardless of how wrong he is or biased he is. But you're also a coach for an NFL team. And if I'm playing on the same team that you're coaching for, I've lost a little respect for you. You try to tell me to run a play or try to do that. I don't want to play for you. I'm not interested in doing anything that you're asking me to do out there on the field, because to a certain degree, I know how you feel about me. I know how you feel about my family, my friends, the people that I grew up with, and I'm not okay with that. And I wonder if he's going to have any blowback from this in the locker room. Obviously, he's not the head coach, but he's position coach, and he's got some authority as far as playing time and play calls and things of that nature. I mean, I wonder how that's going to play in the locker room.
Well, that's got to come from leadership, right? Like it's the Washington football team. They're not known for having great leadership there, but somebody hired him. Yeah. Somebody said, we're okay with his views because we want him to turn around our defense. Has the defense been turned around? I don't know. It's not looking too good. You at least have to be amazing at what you do to try to get away with some of the beliefs that you're spouting out. You can't be terrible and terrible, and those two can't. But Ron Rivera, he's part of that staff. I feel like Ron Rivera needs to come out and say something. But like you said, Kenny, if you're a leader of men, a leader of mostly Black men, what are you telling them? That their lives don't matter. You don't care. You don't care, one, about democracy, to call it a dust up, but also you are more concerned with a CVS having spray paint on it than those people who went into the Capitol smoking weed, urinating on things, taking over the podium. That was a dust up.
Come on, man.
That's like the cute stuff. There were people there with intentions to harm people.
Yeah.
Like that was an attempted overthrow of the government. Like let's not let the guy in the Viking uniform and the guy who was standing at the podium and doing all that stuff dissuade you. This was an attempt to persuade publicly elected officials to overturn the election of a result.
They came in there with zip ties.
It's been sugar coated for way too long. Every detail that comes out today, tomorrow, through this committee needs to be plastered on every television screen, every newspaper, and every website, so people start to get a full understanding of what happened that day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I like that you said that day, because that's what it was. Hours and hours and hours of it. Beating police, beating security, spraying them with bear spray, beating them with their own helmets and their own shields. Yeah. And again, to compare it to other people trying to, it's incredible. But that's what I think. It takes leadership within that organization to call that out. It takes leadership among the players to step up. And I know they're all concerned about their careers and they're trying to focus on the new season. But as African Americans, we don't have that luxury of just focusing on the game. We have to live in this community as well. And I hope those players will step up. Ron Rivera will step up beyond that ridiculous apology and call that stuff out.
Can I read one thing to you real quick, Casey? Just real quick. I stand by, this is part of that lame ass apology from Jack Del Rio. I stand by my comments condemning violence in communities across the country. I say that while also expressing my support as an American citizen for peaceful protests in our country. Rewind 6 years ago. Raiders coach Jack Del Rio said Monday he's never had issues with players not standing during the national anthem, but considers it an organizational exception. It's never come to the point where I've had to address it. It's always been understood. You stand at attention. You pay respect to our flag and our country. That's always kind of been the assured thing. Okay, Jack. Whatever you say, pal.
Man, a lot of clown behavior coming from Jack Del Rio. The other thing about it that I see from him and that rubbed me the wrong way is how he equated some of the violence and the looting and everything to Black Lives Matter protests. When we've seen in that particular case, that wasn't necessarily the case during that. There were hundreds of thousands of peaceful protesters with Black Lives Matter. And when the destruction of some of these cities went down, these are people that had nothing to do with the protests. This was nothing to do with Black Lives Matters or anything like that. But him lumping those two in together, that's from a certain playbook. I'll just say that. That's from a certain playbook. And that didn't fall on deaf ears with me.
And you know what else happened to the people who were committing those property crimes? They were misdemeanors. They went to jail for a day. They got a fine. They faced accountability. And that's what we're going to be confronting today. And again, over the next few weeks, these folks need to face accountability. And what greater way to show that you're American and for democracy than to call for the accountability of these people who showed up.
And the biggest names involved in this need to face accountability, not just the Proud Boys guy or the KKK guy or that guy or that guy. No, the people who were culpable of getting this stuff out. Let's take a walk to the Capitol. You need to be held accountable for it.
Come on. Hey, they always want to I'm not absolving nobody, but they want to have conspiracy. They always want to charge somebody for conspiracy and being a ringleader of certain stuff. Do the same thing right now.
Yeah.
Do the same thing right now.
Let's well, hell, we're already here. Let's just stick with the uncomfortable.
Oh boy.
This Deshaun Watson story keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And Deshaun, we had already, for those who aren't familiar with the fictitious box to my left, it's where we put topics that we're just not going to discuss. We don't discuss R. Kelly. We put him in the box. We don't discuss Bill Cosby. We just put him away. Kenny and I decided very, very, very early in this Deshaun Watson situation, we're just going to put him in a box, and when the time is appropriate, we'll take it out and we'll discuss this subject. It appears that time is never going to come.
No.
Because this story just keeps getting more and more gross with every passing day. You've got the Houston Texans now directly being involved in it. And if you talk about conspiracies, you could call it a co-conspirator, conspirator. You've got the realization that they've provided non-disclosure agreements to the 60 some odd massage therapists.
Oh man,
that Deshaun Watson had over a 60-day period or 70-day period.
Well, this guy was sick.
And oh, by the way, since we last discussed this, I think there have been 3 more suits filed against Deshaun Watson. I don't know what to do with this. The NFL continues to. All I know is if I'm Baker Mayfield, I better be prepared to play an entire football season for the Cleveland Browns, because I don't see a situation where they're not going to need him. because I don't know how the NFL could just not do anything.
I don't either. And I'm with you. I've been thinking about this Watson issue for months and months, and it just keeps growing and steamrolling. And I try to ignore it because I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with this information other than cover my mouth, drink some water, and try not to puke. And I hate that word because it just kind of makes you puke to say the word puke. And I've just said it like 4 times.
But it's appropriate for the story.
It's gross, it's disgusting, and to have this news come out about the Texans participating, like you said, they're conspiracy. You had to have known there was a reason why he would need NDAs.
Right.
Like who does that? Who does like, hey, what's up, man? Let me give you my NDA just in case you never know what you got. No, you knew what was happening, and you were trying to cover him, and it's a winning at all costs kind of situation. That's what's happening with the NFL. They're willing to put up with anything. And this even harkens back to Jack Del Rio. These people want these folks in place. They're willing to do whatever because they want to win. And as fans, as other players on the team, people who are in the administration, we have to say no. But even saying that, I don't even know what that means. Like, I don't know what that looks like. How do we affect this as fans of the NFL and even people who used to love Deshaun and wanted him to be successful? Clearly, you have something going on mentally.
Yeah.
To be doing this. Of course, what your mental health is secondary to what you've done to all of these women, their families, their communities that have been affected by it. But clearly there's something going on with this man. And instead of addressing it as an organization, the Texans, instead they said, here's some NDAs that you can use. And that's just, it's exhausting. It's exhausting.
And you guys tell me what you think about this, because I'm not trying to disparage anybody unfairly, but I got to talk about the questions that I have. Cleveland Browns, what kind of research did you do before you made the decision to bring him in and pay him every single dime of his to even be affiliated with this cat? Did you do any? Because it kind of feels like if you did any, you probably shouldn't have been comfortable doing it anyway. But I don't think any of this is kind of coming out of the woodworks. Like, I feel like people knew, hey, there could be more coming down the pipeline here. And they just had a nice little press conference and did everything like it was a normal signing, like you're signing a normal quarterback, when clearly this is a case that you probably wouldn't want to touch when it's in football.
The NFL clearly, or perhaps in this case, the Cleveland Browns, but really I feel like it was the NFL who they made the decision when Deshaun wasn't going to be tried in criminal court on these. A lot of people took that as a proclamation of innocence by United States courts. That is not what that was. And in a lot of cases, you hear regularly about women who don't come forward. Sometimes you hear about officers or lawyers or different people telling a woman who's involved in a sexual assault case, you probably don't want to pursue this. And it's not because we're chauvinistic. It's not because we're insensitive. It's because here's the uphill battle you're fighting. Mm-hmm. You can't prove it. And it's essentially your word versus his. And a lot of judges aren't going to waste their time with that. Mm-hmm. And that is, by all accounts, what happened with Deshaun Watson. And the NFL took that as, NFL teams at least took that as, Deshaun's innocent. And it wasn't just, it was Cleveland that did it. Mm-hmm. But there were other teams involved in this. Right. We were on the air the day that Schefter tweet went out. Yep. And Deshaun Watson won't be tried in a court. And then all of a sudden it was open season on Deshaun Watson. They took that as like, all right, this is clear. There was obviously, and there's a lot of flaws, guys, on both sides of the story. There's the attorney for these women is disgusting. Like I find his practices grotesque. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean this didn't happen. Right. That means his tactics are gross. Right. And that's the fine line of discussing this story. How do you say what you feel about all different parties and being clear in it? I can feel a certain way about, what was his name? Tony Busby, and the way that he's going about contacting people and how this whole thing started. Remember, this all started with an Instagram post from this attorney. He legitimately went recruiting on social media. How? Like, somebody explain this to me. Like, how did we get to that point? And then you've got the cases where, quote from one of the massage therapists, I'm just trying to get in on I might as well get paid too. And to some people that immediately, that's 1 out of 24, 25. That one just immediately discounted the other 24. Because now you're like, oh, these are just 25. If it's one, it's wrong. But it's hard to believe that you had 60. Professional athletes don't do that.
No.
At least not for purposes of performance. They don't have 66 massage therapists.
66.
They got one.
Man.
Because they're the best.
Come on.
Yeah. I don't think anybody has 66 of anything other than Kings jerseys or shoes or something. If you find a hairstylist, you're a barber.
No, you multiple 66 of shoes.
I don't know how many bottles are behind you, Damien, but if you find a barber that lines you up right, you stick with that barber, you will move.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
You don't go keep, and you go to a particular restaurant, you're like, I know what they do well, I'm getting that. There's no, I need a different person coming in every single day, maybe twice a day.
Come on now. Come on. You up to something.
That's crazy. And for some women, I watched one of those interviews that was on HBO, Brian Gumbel's show, Real Sports. And they were talking to a couple of women who came out and came forward, and some of them continued to text with him afterwards. And what they said was like, we didn't want him to ruin our business. He could say anything about us because of how big his network is. And then here we are in the city trying to blow up, trying to get customers, and he could shut our lights off right now with one tweet.
Right.
We continue to engage. And, women, we learned how to navigate crazy men, disgusting men from a very young age. Sometimes you're told, don't go sit next to that uncle. Uncle still gets invited. He still gets invited to the cookout, but young ladies are told, just don't hang out with him by yourself. We learn to navigate these things as best as we can. We learn how to turn down a guy at a club who wants to buy you a drink. You have to be, oh, thank you. I haven't. You don't want to get him too mad because you never know what's going to happen. These women were in that situation. They were trying to figure out how to get out of that room, get out of that situation with their lives, with whatever dignity they had left.
Wow.
There's there's a scene in the TV show. It's a really, really powerful scene with Viola Davis and Cicely Tyson in the How to Get Away with Murder series. And one of the underlying storylines throughout that show is what Viola Davis's character went through when she was younger. And it involves her uncle and basically what Olivia just alluded to right there. And Cicely plays her mom in the series. And there's a scene where Viola finally confront I forgot her name, and I was going to say anime. It's not anime, but Annalise confronts her mom about it. And her mom says, we all had to go through it. We've all had to deal with that. And it's like, man, that was such like that was such a powerful scene. And that stuff like sits in my mind. Like I was watching Boomerang this weekend, which sparked all of this early conversation. There's the first scene. One, it's like, okay, Marcus only works with like gorgeous women. And then you watch the way he interacts with them and all that. The whole like tone to that first scene is like, ooh. Ain't doing that. Ain't doing that.
Yeah.
Not today.
It's tough, man. It's tough. And
but it's always been a part of, it's always been out there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's sad, really heartbreaking.
And women have had to smile and bear it.
That's right.
Yeah, like in the movie, right? They're not going to confront him.
That's right.
Boss, you smile and you get through it. And I understand for some men that means, oh, they're saying yes, they enjoy this. And there can be some confusion there for some, but there's no way in this case with Deshaun Watson, he was confused. There's no way the Texans, they knew what was happening there. But yes, women in general, You are confronted with this at every stage. Elementary school, you get in college, and you have those professors who call you after class, your first job. And I'm speaking from experience. And yeah, you go ask your mom, your grandma, your sisters, and say, yeah, it happened to us too. Here's what you do. Bring somebody with you. There's lots of ways we try to navigate this stuff. And again, I try to give Deshaun the benefit of the doubt. But I don't know if I'm there. I'm not there anymore.
You don't need to be. We're going to pack Deshaun back up. We're going to put him at the bottom of this box. We're going to lock it. We're about that close to throwing it in the ocean. But right now it's just locked and it's put to the side. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Hit the thumbs up if you're on Twitch or YouTube before you go. If you missed any part of the show, check out the D-Lo and Casey podcast, available wherever you get podcasts from, here on the Odyssey app, on Apple, Spotify, whatever it may be. And we will be back tomorrow here at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Happy birthday, Rob Carter.
Hey.
Oh, that's so nice. Hey, can I try my microphone really quick?
Please do.
I wanted to try it earlier, but I don't. Hey, can you hear me? How's it going?
We hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, sounds pretty good. Just good. You can't hear us? Could you not hear? Oh, now we can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
I would die for you.
Darling, if you want me to, you. I can't hear you. Anyway, one day we'll talk about something happy when Olivia. You want to see something Olivia really hates? Watch this. She does not.
Why? Now she'd have just took her whole self out the game by connecting that microphone.
Just wave. Just wave. Yeah. Just.
Oh, poor Olivia. Dr. J makes up a good point. Or David J. Just hook the microphone back up.
Yes.
Try that. Now, I don't think you can hear us when you do that, though. But
oh, that was a good
now it's all gone.
Yeah. Nope.
Oh, is she muted?
You have to unmute yourself. Oh, goodness gracious. No. Hold on.
Muted on the StreamYard.
This is funny. This amuses the hell out of me.
On the StreamYard. On the StreamYard.
I can't. She has to do it. Oh, well.
Oh, man.
We'll figure out. We'll get this segment right one day. You have another customer service call?
Oh, no.
There's a little microphone in your box that mutes you right here. You're in it and you were muted. Like No, you're fine now.
Okay. I could see it, but I was trying to click it and it wouldn't work. Sorry. That was annoying.
Weird.
Thanks for that conversation about all that.
Yeah. No problem.
All good.
No problem. Good stuff as always.
Oh, man.
Somebody asked me if I know American Sign Language. I know the alphabet. That's it.
So Jesse, I'll relay what Jesse says. Was the guy? Did the guy think that the Capitol was dust up? Oh, all right. Jesse had to field a customer service call today. He must have stumbled upon us on his way to 1140.
Yeah, he tuned the dial a little too much when you got here. Because it's
wait a minute.
It normally is.
It's not what I expected. Where's Grant Napier? Oh, he gave us a stick to sports. Oh, love it. I love when we get those.
We were talking about sports. Hello.
Literally. Sure were.
Yeah, maybe you should tell your boy Jack Del Rio to sticks to sports.
Jack.
Just an idea.
That dude, man.
Jack Del Rio. Oh, trash.
Still getting jobs too.
Wild, man.
Got any plans for the weekend, Olivia?
Not really. I'm still kind of limited in my mobility. But I can drink alcohol now that I'm not on my.
I love that you still posted the poofy dress pic.
Did you see the one when you could see my leg when I was in the
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. I love that you still posted the poofy dress pic with the big old leg wrap.
I don't have to wear that like forever, but it helps the healing process.
Yeah, I'm sure it helps with like inflammation and.
Yeah, that's why I'm sitting on the couch this way today, so my leg can be long. I'm trying to get those kitty legs.
Hey, sometimes you know what I mean. I didn't ask for these legs. It's just blessed. Just blessed. What can I do?
Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag blessed for sure.
Hashtag blessed. Olivia, you agreed that Rihanna is an icon, correct?
Yes, that whole conversation is ridiculous. Shut it down. She is. We're done. I skipped a lot of it. I saw you like explaining. Jill was doing it. Jill's like, also these things. Like, no. You have to do this. She's done all of it. Stop it.
Yeah, she's done it all. And I'm not even like if I had to choose, I wouldn't want to choose. I'd probably just say, I don't want to choose. I stop listening to music because I don't want to pick. But if I had to choose, Beyonce is more of my favorite. I'm Queen Bee. It's my girl right there. So I was always more Beyonce than Rihanna, technically, but Rihanna is amazing. She's amazing.
I think I'm more Rihanna than Beyonce. I like Rihanna's.
You like the edginess of Rihanna?
I'm gonna say like the bad girl Riri thing. I like that. And that she took her time with finding a dude and having her kid, and people, when's new music? She's like, don't worry about it. I'm going on vacation. Bye.
Like, Sam, do you know how much money I make not doing music? I ain't making another album. What am I making another album for? Like I'm bust my ass torn across the country? I don't think so.
I remember one time.
Is where you make the money. She was like, I'm not trying to do that. I'm going to start makeup outside this.
Yeah, I ain't got to go nowhere. I remember one time. She had been, on top or near the top for a couple years. And I remember Puffy talking to somebody, some aspiring musician or whatever, a rapper. And he's like, just explaining to them how much of a grind it is and how much of, you just got to dedicate yourself and stay with it or whatever. And he brought up Rihanna and he was like, look at Rihanna. Like y'all don't even understand. Umbrella, that was on her third album. You know what I mean? Like she took off on her third album, and you want to take off on your mixtape. Like no, like it's crazy. You gotta dedicate yourself, stay locked in on what the task is, and understand it's not gonna happen overnight. And I never thought about it that way. That Rihanna had, contrary to what people believe, like. That was not her stepping on the scene for the first time. Like she had done music, had albums that didn't pop, and then she just stayed with it, got with the right people, and took off.
He was probably
SOS popped.
SOS did pop. Yeah.
He was probably talking to members of the band. Was that the band? He was giving a speech to the band?
I think it was after the band, which I love that show. I mean,
that show too.
That was
replay.
Hell of a move on the replay.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the girls' show? The dancing on, like the other one
he had.
The
band, the group was Danity Kane, though.
Like, none of you are going to be famous after this. I just want you all to know that this is where Puff gets the money. They had a couple songs, but like none of you are gonna.
Well, Aubrey was famous-ish.
Yeah, for a minute.
Famous-ish. And then Dawn, she joined Puff's group with, oh man, how am I forgetting the name of the group? It was oh man. Dawn joined anyway, there was another girl and Puffy, and they had a little group, and the album was Last Train to Paris, which is actually a pretty good album. Pretty good album. That had Hello, Good Morning. That was a jam. And then the song that Rick Ross hopped on was a big song too. But the other ones, they did nothing.
What do you take to help your memory? Do you take special herbs or?
Well,
This stuff?
You guys are probably the only ones that think I have a good memory, because everybody else in my house was like, you don't remember anything I say.
It's the things you choose to remember. Maybe that's the issue. That's what my mom would say about my dad. You choose to remember certain things.
You don't remember anything I ever tell you. So yeah, I don't know. I guess that is what it is, though. I just selective things. The things that I don't remember, I don't want to. It's not like I want to not remember them. That's not the plan. It just, then I don't know.
I don't want to not remember our anniversary or when your birthday is. I just don't remember. That's how.
I'll never forget. Thank you, sir. Dirty Money, Diddy and Dirty Money. That's exactly what it was. But I'll never forget June 19th. No. Won't forget that.
June 19th?
Yeah, that's the anniversary.
Of when slavery was over in Texas?
No, me and Queen Bee. I realized much later, because you know what? So the funny thing about it is, like, when we got together, obviously we knew what Juneteenth was, but you guys will probably agree in the last 5 years, it's become a little bit more of a celebration, like Juneteenth party, like.
Not for me. In San Jose, Juneteenth is a big deal. It's a week, and I grew up going to Juneteenth. But what I didn't know was that it was literally June 19th. It was always the weekend of the teens.
See, that's the other thing I didn't know when I was a kid. I didn't know it was June 19th.
That's why I was like, it's called the 10th because it wasn't a day. And then I heard that it's the 19th because that's the thing with Texas.
Growing up, I had no clue that it was a day. I didn't know about the day.
Yeah, we definitely we celebrated hardcore for my family's version of hardcore on Juneteenth. We had Capri Suns and Sprites. It was wild.
Sprites.
We can have caffeine. No.
Strawberry soda.
Strawberry soda.
All right, gotta shut it down. I have some things to record, and including my take on the Locked On Kings trade proposal. Gotta get that recorded and sent to them.
Shout out Matt George.
Yeah, appreciate you, Matt. Sorry about that. We will see you guys tomorrow, man. Thanks so much for hanging out. At least we hope to see you tomorrow at noon.